тук има анонс, че директор на
Just seeing what this looks like here. Okay.
Добро утро, дами и господа! Започва вторият ден на Международната конференция Музейни, експозиции, стандарти, поглед напред, организирана от двустранната българо-американска комисия.
We are continuing our work of the symposium organized by the bilateral Bulgarian-US Commission. I'm Boris Kajisi. I'm director of the Regional History Museum in the town of Pazardzhik, and I chair the managing council of the National Association on Museums. I wish to welcome all of you on behalf of the Bulgarian Museums Association, with 103 museums and galleries as members on national, regional, municipal and private level. I'm very pleased that we, together with the Fulbright Commission, of which we are also a member, succeeded in organizing and holding this international conference, which we hold as a highly prestigious forum. And I'm glad to say that yesterday was an extremely interesting day, and I'm sure that today will be just as interesting. And I wish all of you many interesting and exciting hours. Before giving the floor to the first speaker, I will introduce him, Karel Brom, Director of Exhibits, Director in the Smithsonian Museum in Washington, D.C., as a member of the Managing Council. Karel Brom gives directions for the sorry, in Bulgarian it was impossible to guess whether you're a lady or a man. So her directions have contributed very much to the successful development of the exhibitions and the future development in the work of the Smithsonian Museum. She is in charge of coordination of different projects. She has worked for the Smithsonian Zoo, National Zoo, in charge of the contents, description, and managing of all explanatory exhibitions. During her work in the zoo in 2007, she was awarded by the Smithsonian Institute for her exceptional results. Prior to joining the Smithsonian, she was on the staff of Newsday. She has a BSc in English literature and languages. She's a master in pedagogy in Stanford University in California. Carrie, you have the floor, and we all look forward to listen to hear hearing it. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kara Blond, and I'm the Director of Exhibitions at the National Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C. Our green domed museum on the National Mall in Washington is 106 years old, which is old in the United States, but I know practically new in this part of the world. And we were founded as part of the Smithsonian Institution. Our mission is understanding the natural world and our place in it, which to us means that we use science to explore fundamental questions, to spark curiosity, and to connect people everywhere with Earth's unfolding story. And we do that by taking on 3 key jobs. The first, which is really at the heart of our institution, is to protect our archive of historic collections, and it lets us sort of peer back into time and make predictions about the future. And when we talk about an archive, this is a really massive undertaking. We have 145 million things that are part of our collection, and it broadly reflects the world: biology, geology, and anthropology. Our second job is to conduct basic research. As a museum, we're actually 70% research institution and 30% museum resources for the front of the house for our visitors. Our researchers understand and identify species, they explore ecosystems over time, and they build a set of data that can help support applied research on themes like conservation, like climate change, and public health. But we do sort of the basic fundamental research to that end. Our third job, my job, is to spark curiosity about the natural world in our 7 million annual visitors. We give people the tools to ask really smart questions and to start a dialogue with their families and their communities about science. We want to help them interpret the news in ways that are clear-headed and savvy about how our planet works. And that's where our exhibitions come in. At our museum, we use our exhibits as our frontline educators, engaging people in the stories of the planet, introducing them to our scientists, inviting them to talk with our volunteers, to touch, to explore, and to have a little bit of fun. But our exhibits are changing. This is what our fossil hall looked like back as we opened our museum, the Hall of Extinct Monsters. And since then, science and cultural museums have seen really significant shifts in the tone and approach of their exhibitions. They used to be like this, rooms full of labeled specimens, and they're now very richly layered experiences with stories and context and relevance. Yet, I think the core of our visitor experience just remains pretty much unchanged. Audiences expect to feel wonder, they expect to feel curiosity as they marvel at just amazing things that we've collected from around the world. So I would say that we as a museum industry are really kind of at a crossroads. We are this 19th century institution that is trying to reinvent itself now in the 21st century, and relevance to our visitors just has to become our calling card. My talk today is going to cover a few key areas that will unpack this idea. The first is what makes a great exhibit? What are the qualities of a great exhibition? The second is what's the process that gets us to that product? Thirdly, how do we assess whether we've been successful? And really, how do we know what successful looks like? And then I'll end with a discussion about the future. I'll do some prognosticating and think a bit with you about where we may end up. So what makes a great exhibit? There are a number of dynamic tensions emerging that I think are really driving the way we think about our exhibitions. There's this pull between, like I said, between celebrating iconic objects and giving them relevance. They can't just be dazzling, amazing things. Now they need to draw connections for visitors. We also need to balance optimism with realism. We've got some pretty challenging content to cover in the context of our changing planet. And so how do we share real science while sending the message that change is possible? We want to balance the social and the intimate. We certainly want our families to enjoy their afternoon out together, but we also want to spark conversations with those families and with their communities and trigger really good questions. Natalie talked about questions yesterday, and we want to make sure that people know there's so much out there that we don't know, and that they can play a role really in helping us find answers. We also have this push and pull between the familiar and the surprising. We want to take visitors from somewhere that's comfortable and known to somewhere that's really deeply unusual. And I think it's the push and pull between all of these that can make or break a great exhibition. A few years ago, we did a front-end study, a baseline visitor study for the development of a new hands-on learning center that's now open at our museum. It's called Curious, with a Q. And our goal was to identify things that make exhibitions memorable, engaging, and inspiring. And time and again, in this study and in others, we see these themes emerging as some of the key drivers of the stickiness of exhibitions. So I thought I'd go through them and give some examples of each. There's that word relevance, and it's going to keep coming back, I promise. Relevance is really critical. Why visit a museum that's just, a bunch of old dusty things, which is what some people think of when they think of museums. Our content has to connect to visitors' lives. It has to connect to what they're hearing in the news, what their families are worried about, what they're learning about at work. And we want to give them that sense of sort of an aha moment when they learn something new that helps them make sense of something that's going on in their lives. And one strategy in this vein might be to let visitors bring objects from home to test or to study, or to let them be the test subjects themselves. In one exhibit we did called Genome Unlocking Life's Code, we introduced the science of genomics, which is a new word that's kind of all over the news in the US. We made the exhibit relevant to our visitors by focusing on some key ideas, on personalized medicine, on ancestry, and some of the social and ethical complexities that come inherent with learning about your genome. And our hope was for our visitors to take home those themes, discuss them around the dinner table. What would they want to know? What don't they want to know? We worked hard to make every piece of that make sense for visitors' lives. We're also working on a renovation now of our fossil halls, the largest renovation we've ever undertaken at the museum. And we're intentionally making paleontology and the study of fossils relevant to today. So where did our species come from, and then where is it going? In this gallery, this image is from our Age of Humans gallery. We focused on human impact on the planet, and we try to get people thinking about the legacy that we're leaving behind. We intend to take the stories of dinosaurs, that easy connection for kids and families, and connect it to the present and to the future. How does our understanding of the past help us make better choices for our planet today? Keeping exhibits personal and personalized to the degree that's feasible also helps us inspire conversations and emotion in our visitors, and enables them to choose the parts of exhibitions that they really care about most. We use personal stories, we use choices that are linked to personal interests, and personal participation. I know we're going to hear some about participatory museums, all sort of fall into this category. In 2010, we launched an exhibit called the Hyperbolic Crochet Coral Reef. Good luck to the translator on that one. And that talked about ocean exploration and stewardship, and it used math principles to explore the dynamics of coral reefs. As part of the display, we asked our visitors to contribute pieces of coral reef, pieces of this structure here, made out of crocheted yarn and other materials, which together made this huge reef structure that you see. And it brought new audiences to our museum. To our science museum, we had crocheters visiting intentionally. And it allowed each of our community contributors to see a literal piece of themselves in the exhibition. This photography exhibit, Unintended Journeys, told the story of human migrations that resulted from environmental disasters. It was a very cheery topic. And we included children's art and personal stories from survivors. In this exhibit, we often heard visitors talking about their personal relationship to the exhibit content as they walked through. They were telling stories of family that were in Katrina or Haiti or Bangladesh. And though we missed, I think in some case, an opportunity to capture their voices and share that back out to our audiences, we realized that with this exhibit, we had struck a really personal chord, something that people knew in a very intimate way. So immersion is about context, allowing you to sort of lose yourself in the moment and forget that you're in a museum for a period of time. I think immersive exhibits let visitors visualize another time or place. They engage multiple senses. Some museums are co-opting theatrical performances and stage sets to this end. In our exhibition, What Does It Mean to Be Human?, we used a set of sculptures of the heads of ancient human ancestors, and we set them at the height of the adults of that species. And now visitors get right up in the face of those sculptures, and they make a visceral connection with a sculpture, but a visceral connection. It's really remarkable to watch. And we also have a morphing station that's part of this exhibition that can change your face into an ancient human face. Pick your ancient human species. And it creates a very personal and immersive moment for our visitors. We also use unique poses for specimens like this one that's going to go in our new fossil hall. This is our T-Rex bearing down on a hapless Triceratops. And scenes like this can also immerse visitors in stories and create drama and high energy. And today, these active poses create moments for selfies, for visitors to take pictures of themselves in the space, sort of incorporating themselves into the scene. Dynamic content gives visitors a window into the process, and it enables them to see action or movement or change, which is sometimes unusual in a museum experience. So this focus on change takes its lessons from zoos, from aquaria, from living history museums. And I think live experimentation on the floor is one example here that we could learn from. This is Curious, our new education center, where everything is literally on wheels, allowing us to change the layout from one day to the next. We change the objects that are available for study. We can take over the entire space for a particular theme, or we can change out backdrops that create a sense of place. The dynamic content here is actually encouraging visitors to spend longer than they do in most of our other exhibits. So it's definitely been a win for us. And in this exhibit, still in development, called Outbreak, we are telling the constantly changing story of global infectious diseases. Another cheery one. We know this content will evolve during the run of our exhibition, just as it has changed even during our exhibit development process with the emergence of Zika and other viruses. And we plan to use headline tickers and dynamic maps and updatable graphics and ongoing docent training and a rotating cast of experts in the exhibition space to make it feel current. That's a really intentional part of our process here. And the last one-of-a-kind experiences are things that visitors can't do or see anywhere else in the world. The only place they can see this is here in our museum. And so we emphasize scale and authenticity when we think about unique experiences. We want to create a sense of wonder. We want that central wow moment that just makes an exhibit impossible to miss. A few years ago, we worked with artist C.J. Wong to develop this exhibition based on his explorations of our bioluminescent collections from the ocean. C.J. developed this sort of dynamic art piece. It's a kinetic sculpture that gets at the essence of bioluminescent creatures. And visitors stood just with their mouths wide open in the dark as this sculpture moved and changed. It was a real surprise for visitors, particularly in a natural history museum context. And just sort of this combination of art and science. And we deliberately included a very low level of content that had to be okay as part of this process. It was really about creating a visceral, one-of-a-kind experience for our visitors. This is a temporary version of our fossil lab, soon to grow much larger in the renovated fossil halls. And we have staff here that are working on preparing real fossils from field sites while they're on exhibit. And they come out, they interact with visitors, they show off fossils and talk about where they came from. Sometimes we get visitors involved in helping to sort fossils. And this is just something that's really unique and engaging and kind of based on the power of the real thing. And in this small Chilean miners exhibit after the rescue in the Atacama Desert, visitors were just stunned to see the real Phoenix capsule that rescued the miners from miles underground. And seeing the real thing, this actual object or any of the real objects in our museum is often the most powerful part of a museum visit. And in this case, it was hugely emotional and connecting for people. So I'm now going to turn to the development of exhibits and the very deliberate process for us that backs up good exhibition development. Of course, that begins with picking a strong concept, and I'll talk a little bit about the criteria that we use for selecting new exhibits. We then define an exhibit, the parameters for an exhibit. We do that with a team charter that kind of sets out the stats for a project, and we make sure to get the team all on the same page through a statement of purpose document, which I'm also going to come back to in a second. We then invite input. We use teams of stakeholders from various collaborators who weigh in on our content. They help us find resources. We send updates out to that group. We sort through who we want buy-in from, who we want to partner with on promotion, who can vet content. We figure out the right role for those partners. And then we evaluate ruthlessly. We are just incredibly rigorous about evaluation before we begin, in the middle of our process as we're forming ideas, and then at the end. And we don't let the process end once the exhibition opens. We make constant changes to address evaluation findings, to keep our exhibits updated, to put in new news, to continue training our volunteers. Often it's tempting to feel like an exhibit ends on the day you open its doors, but in a lot of ways the process is just beginning. So to the first point, these are the selection criteria that we use when we choose new exhibits. We look at mission relevance, at the scientific merit. We look at audience appeal. Is it familiar and relevant? Does it have buzz? Is it something people will leave talking about? We look at visitor experience. What kind of innovative interpretive strategies might we use? Are there elements of surprise? Is there something emotional about the story that will help visitors connect? And then we look at the potential for programmatic opportunities, for strategic partnerships, and of course, for funding. Money always comes into play. Once we launch, our starting point is this document we call the Statement of Purpose. It's a really core document for us that gives us a place to come back to check ourselves as we develop exhibits further. Are we doing what we said we would do? We name our audience, our goals, our messages. We sort of frame the intellectual basis for the exhibit, all of which then gives us metrics for measuring our success. And just to level set a bit on vocabulary, I think it's really critical to include these three elements in the statement of purpose: the exhibit messages, so the things that you intend to communicate, the outputs that you're targeting, whether it's the number of visitors who are going to visit, the products that you hope to license, what are the products that will result, and then the visitor experience outcomes. What do you want visitors to feel or learn from their experience? State these up front, and then keep using them as you're developing the exhibit to make sure that you're making choices that funnel back to your original purpose. But how do we get there? So I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about process and the key principles that we use to develop and design new exhibitions. These steps, I know, are not surprising to most of you, but we're really diligent about completing each step before we move on to the next. We assess, we choose, we plan, we design, we build, we maintain, and then, like I said, we change, we update, we incorporate our learning. We kind of don't end at the end of the process. Our first and most critical step is to establish the exhibition team. We use 3 groups to develop and review our exhibits: the core team, the approval team, and the advisory team. The core team's really at the heart of the work. We define our exhibit goals and messages, we determine our interpretive techniques. That usually includes this set of people, but sometimes we have others that we bring into the process as well. Our approval team reviews and okays the exhibit at several critical junctures during our development process. They want to make sure it's credible, that it meets with the mission of the museum. This is sort of our baseline review and approval. And then our advisory team, like I sort of mentioned before, they give input, advice, and resources. Sometimes it's just a person or two, or sometimes, as in the case of that outbreak exhibit that I mentioned, we have dozens and dozens of advisors who give us perspective, challenge our thinking. It's a really critical tool in our process. And then as a team, we develop the central strategy for the exhibition. So first things first, you determine your target audience. We always start with audience. We have to focus on the who, and it can't be everyone. Even for a museum like ours, where we have 7 million people in a huge range of demographics, we've got to target someplace. And then we learn through baseline evaluation what our target audience wants to know, what information they're bringing in the door with them, what they already know, what they expect, and what they need to be comfortable, because all of those elements need to come into play as we start planning the design. The next decision is to classify the type of exhibition. Is it primarily based around objects, activities, ideas, or people? And of course, exhibitions can incorporate elements from all of these. In fact, Smithsonian research has shown that most visitors come in with a preference for one of these types of strategies, and that if you can flip visitors from one category to another, that can be a really strong predictor of how sticky your exhibition will be, how sticky the content is. From there, the design process begins to unfold. Beginning with the tone and voice of the exhibit and figuring out how that translates then into your graphic design and your spatial design. What path will best tell your story? Do you have a long linear experience that requires continuity, or do you have a central idea with concepts that sort of break off from the center core? Or perhaps you group themes across the exhibit to emphasize different areas on a topic or thought. And just a warning, no matter how hard you try, assume your visitors will approach each area as if they have not visited any other area in the exhibition, and assume that they'll just sort of ping pong from zone to zone without any rhyme or reason, no matter how intentional you are. As inconsistent as that sounds, it's like a very consistent finding for us. And of course, you have to incorporate smart planning around accessibility and universal design. Everything needs to be as broadly available as possible to all of your audiences. So that's physically, cognitively, visually, etc. Smithsonian has a great guidebook that I can share on the parameters for accessible exhibitions. And just quickly, the exhibition script is really another key make or break for us in terms of an exhibit success. First off, in terms of process, we develop an overarching narrative. What's the big story we want to tell? What's the voice and tone we're going to use to tell that story? And then we break it into sections. We write labels for the wall. We write script for our media components. We hunt down jargon and we cross it out ruthlessly. And then we finalize with our various teams. Just a few key principles for exhibit writing. It is just a different beast altogether than other types of writing, and keep that in mind as you're getting started. Think about your visitors, not your colleagues. We, for one, all too often focus on the colleagues that are going to be reading these exhibit scripts rather than the visitors. Make your content relevant to your visitors, accessible as they're walking by, often at a really quick pace. So I mentioned evaluation. We use baseline, formative, and summative evaluation that happens right up front, smack in the middle, and then after exhibit development as really critical parts of our process. Just this past year, we completed an analysis of our last decade of evaluation work. Until now, we've taken each of our exhibit evaluations individually. We've looked really deeply at a particular exhibit and how well or poorly it worked. And what we wanted to do with this study was to look across our evaluation and begin to see trends across the data, to start to see lessons learned about how best to conduct exhibit evaluations, and to figure out where our holes are for future study. In order to complete this meta-analysis, this sort of looking back, we focused on a few key areas. We looked at who we sampled, what content we featured, how well the exhibit components fared in getting our messages across, and then to what extent did our exhibitions achieve their intended outcomes, outputs, and messages. So I'd like to take a look with you at some central findings just from those last two topics. While we talk about these kinds of findings really frequently, we know these things, we now have data across our exhibits to back them up. First off, visitors want really brief, digestible labels. We aim for 50 words or less. In one of our studies, only 19% of our visitors said that they wanted in-depth labels, which means 80% are just looking for the very highest level. And remember that when you're getting started. They want short, compelling videos with very clear messages. They're not looking for long film pieces for the most part. And we know that volunteers can enhance visitor learning and satisfaction in exhibitions. We see that over and over again. In terms of interactives, visitors did learn from them, but they had a relatively low level of use. For future study, we want to know what techniques can we use to increase the use of these interactives, which we often invest a lot of time and money into. How do we make them work better for us? And of course, we know that collections are at the heart of most visitors' experience. We really can't forget that as we reinvent our future. Above all, they're at our museums to see the real thing. We also looked at our evaluation against our core museum visitor experience goals: inspiration, curiosity, and further exploration. Those are sort of the core things that we want people to walk away with. Getting visitors, to the first, a few factors improved our odds at inspiring awe. We saw surprising exhibitions, impressive objects, human stories, hands-on experiences, all critical at inspiring awe. We saw success at getting visitors to feel or express curiosity when they encountered rare species, explored human impacts on other species, and learned about scientific research and engaging with scientists. And getting visitors to explore further after their visit is really a particular challenge. Visitors say they appreciate learning new information, but in several exhibit evaluations, we found that they could really only give simple explanations of what they learned. So how do we increase the complexity of visitors' understanding and repeat our successes? And just a note, we ended this process by developing a reporting tool that will let us consistently track our findings in the future. We'll ask the same questions in the same way, which we were not doing before, and we'll make sure that all of our evaluation kind of comes back to our core museum goals. So what's next? Given this background and process, where are our exhibitions, particularly at science and cultural museums, headed? I would say as the dual messages of biodiversity, conservation, and cultural preservation become our rallying cry, the content and techniques of exhibits are likely to change to become more obviously relevant to the future of our planet. As our audiences change, becoming younger, more global, and more tech-savvy, our thinking about how we must present content will also shift, likely to be much more multi-perspective, more accessible, and integrating more viewpoints. And as our funds become more limited to support exhibits, our strategies for exhibit development will also change, particularly for fundraising and how we think about partnerships, becoming more nimble and responsive. So what changes are on the horizon to respond to these changes in our landscape? Here are a few of my predictions. I would start with the how. What will our exhibit techniques look like? The first is looking at dioramas, which have been a critical tool of the Natural History Museum for the past century. As we look to the future, I think augmented reality and immersive virtual reality will give the traditional diorama a run for its money with lifelike scenes that immerse visitors in reconstructed worlds. Here's one example from the Ayala Museum in the Philippines, bringing this scene to life. And here's another very recent example from the Te Papa Museum in New Zealand, where these oversized, highly accurate human sculptures provided a really arresting twist on the traditional diorama. The future of exhibits will also likely include more digitization and 3D printing of objects that can then be manipulated and examined, like this example from our fossil hall displays. Scanning and 3D printing can create convincing replicas, and this really gives credence to the role of both the real and the replica. We often talk about the real as being most important, but I think the replica in this case can have a real value in exhibitions as well. Open collections and spaces like this one at the Royal British Columbia Museum may become more the norm, I think, in order to help tell the story of the meaning of these collections to the understanding of our planet. And I think those collections will likely be organized as a public story rather than according to their disciplinary divides, which is traditionally how we think about our collections behind the scenes. I would expect to see more active lab spaces on public view that will be reinvented as part of this movement, showing collections in use rather than just in cases. This example was a forensic anthropology lab that we used to let visitors explore fossil evidence and unravel a historic forensic mystery by examining the bones and kind of putting the clues together. As museum exhibitions become increasingly focused on ideas and on relevance, I think exhibit teams and educators are really keen to inspire robust intergenerational conversation, as they did here at the Brooklyn Museum's graffiti exhibit. I would say in the future we would expect to see more opportunities for conversation, for social interaction in exhibitions, maybe gaming that requires input and collaboration between visitors who don't know each other, voting for a particular outcome, interactives that require crowdsourcing, just thinking differently about the who is in the exhibit, not just what the exhibit's about. So how will our themes and approaches to content look different? I talked a little bit about this, but I think the shift now is really away from the traditional ologies and toward interdisciplinary ideas that get people thinking across the natural and cultural world. We're no longer likely to represent a single culture or a single artist or any one perspective, but instead reveal where all the interconnections are, as we did for this exhibit, which was called Written in Bone. Co-curation has become really a critical part of that renewal process, sharing first-person perspectives directly from people of the cultures and social groups that are represented in exhibits, and direct interpretation from the active users of the objects that are on display. That authoritative museum voice is shifting. I think we finally sort of accept that we don't have all the answers and we can't present any definitive perspective. Another major shift for science museum content has been a focus on global change, on climate change, and on human impact on the environment. At the Smithsonian in 2014, we put out a public statement about the science behind human-caused climate change. And as a result, in our community, the term Anthropocene, thinking about the age of humans, has become a buzzword for conversation and for convening, with a focus on the choices that our human community will have to make to find a sustainable balance with the planet's resources into the future. And museums like the Cal Academy here are no longer attempting to avoid or maintain a neutral tone in the face of what can be, unfortunately, quite politically charged content. Exhibit content must also reflect stories that our visitors are hearing in the news and through social media, and we must be prepared to deconstruct complicated science, explain phenomena, dispel myths and fears. And that means that exhibitions like this new media gallery at the Newseum in Washington has to be updatable and flexible. We're thinking about kit of parts exhibits that can be configured and then reconfigured quickly, digital signage, flexible teams. That's all more likely, I think, in our future. So what's on the horizon in terms of design? At many large museums, there's a new intense focus on audience that has called for blurring the lines between educational spaces and exhibition spaces into these sort of experiential zones. We have a butterfly pavilion, an insect zoo, fossil digs, cultural activities that happen in exhibit spaces, and on-view labs like this DNA facility at the Field Museum in Chicago. Some museums have even created risk-taking zones, spaces on the floor that are intended to be experimental, to give museums latitude to try out new techniques like virtual reality or citizen science participation. And of course, the sort of inherent contradiction in learning about the natural world inside of a building, often a historic building with thick walls and not a lot of natural light, will also become more apparent as museums evolve their thinking around exhibitions. I would say museums will increasingly be integrating the outside experience into the inside one, like this really stunning garden at the Natural History Museum in Los Angeles. In addition, I would look for museums to go the way of the library, at least in the United States, setting aside deliberate gathering spaces for socialization, for discussion, and for making, like this one at the New York Hall of Science. These spaces are called homago, hanging out, messing around, and geeking out, and they require the museum to just get out of the way of learning, less planning, more opportunities for spontaneity. Sorry, this was the New York Hall of Science. The future of access in museums will also go, I think, much further than addressing physical abilities to focus on universal design. Multi-sensory exhibits like this one at the Broad Art Museum in LA will include touch, smell, taste, sound, temperature, to let visitors experience places and cultures that they've never visited and sort of broaden access for all types of learners and ages. And not only will the content, techniques, and design of exhibitions change as we shift into the future, but I think the process that puts exhibits on the floor will also shift. The future of exhibit development will likely lean toward more audience engagement and away from the curator as the last word. So in that process, exhibit teams hope to shorten the timeline that it takes to develop exhibits, something we're not very good at, and the complexity in new exhibit development, and broaden who we turn to for input. I think the future of exhibit development will also include much more formative testing and rapid prototyping. We usually put all of our eggs in evaluation in the basket of summative evaluation, finding out at the end how well we did. I think we really need to move the needle to the middle of the process, kind of taking cues from product design and design thinking. At the Exploratorium in San Francisco, they've really been at the forefront of this kind of work in museums. And so it comes down to money, as do so many conversations about the future. And it's become clear that very few museums see significant returns on traveling exhibits or other sustainable funding models. So we're going to have to think pretty differently. Perhaps a more collaborative model will emerge that encourages museums to provide more open access to their exhibit designs to significantly broaden their reach. That's one idea that we've been talking through. And I think other questions are really still on the table around funding as well. Where do we draw the line in terms of who we accept gifts from? Will product placement and sponsored content become part of our business plan as it has for so many other industries? I just wonder really what business model will move exhibitions from being reactive to being proactive. At the Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History, we are renewing our master plan for the first time in more than 20 years. And for us, it's raising really critical questions about the future of our public experience. It's clear that the trust of our public is really our most fundamental asset, and that makes us vital and essential for helping people interpret the world around them. So how do we maintain that trust while integrating new and experimental exhibition techniques, complex and sometimes controversial content, and democratic design approaches, all as we reinvent how we do our work and how we pay for it? I think our exhibitions just have to reflect those kinds of urgent challenges. Consider your own organizations as you chart out the future. What can you offer to the world? How must you change? What story do you need to tell? What do your audiences want to know? And what's at the sweet spot right in the center of all of those things? And then reinvent, reimagine. Good luck.
Carol, thank you so much. We, through you, got in touch with the principles on which the Smithsonian is based and works, and we were given a very clear idea of how the future museum exhibitions will develop. Of course, you can ask questions after the panel is over. Right now, I'm giving the floor to Vesela Gercheva, Director of Exhibitions and Programs in the Scientific Center for Children, Muzejku. She's a philologist. She has created the first philologically inclined exhibition in the museum. Muzejku, as I said, is the first scientific center for children in Eastern Europe. Thanks to Vesela, over 40 educational programs have been introduced into the museums. She will speak on creating museum exhibitions that would be of interest to children. Vesela, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Many thanks to Boris and Milena Savova for inviting me to make this presentation. I'm very proud of what has been achieved, but I'm even more proud that I've been invited to talk to you, because in what we are doing, there are very good examples, and some of the real pioneers bearing these examples are here in this hall. Lily from Varna, who made the first children's corner in the 1990s. Katya Sekova, who created the first written children's programs. The Earth and People Museum representatives are here. Svetla is here from Burgas, who created a real revolution. I am not going to mention all names, but I am proud to have followed in your steps. But I'm also proud of working with you. This is very important for me. I've come here to speak on museums. Museums as a huge, major program supported by America for Bulgaria Foundation, and I'm thankful to them. Muzejku right now costs over 30 million leva, with a staff of 250 people, 80 of which are experts from different institutions in Bulgaria, American and Bulgarian architects, psychologists. Many of you in this audience have participated in creating Muzejku, and we are very pleased to introduce to you the first scientific center for children in the region. I wouldn't have come here if it was not for thanking all these people who made the museum, Muzejku Museum, what it is now. But I'm not going to show you anything of Muzejku right now, despite all I've just said, because in a visual world, I'm not going to leave you without vision for no reason at all. I've done that on purpose. Today or tomorrow or in any given moment, you're welcome to Muzejku to feel, see, touch what I have to present to you. Today, as I said, I'm not going to show you any single exhibit from Muzejku. I want to make a message, or to extend a message to you, which will hopefully show how avant-garde is the vision on Muzejku. However, the vision is not what makes it suitable for children. The value of the objects there is immeasurable. It's huge. And again, it's not what makes Muzejku suitable for children. It's not what makes the exhibition suitable for children. What I want to tell you will provide some clarification of my enigmatic words. I'm not showing you a vision because I want you to imagine what Muzejku stands for, and I'm going to enumerate the facts that are much more important in my mind than the layout of the exhibition. Let me start with the riddle. This is a small bag. There is something small in the small bag. What I'm going to do is get down from the rostrum, give the bag to several people and ask them, just by feeling what it is in the bag, to tell me what you think you're touching. Don't open the bag. Just by feeling it, tell me what you think there is in there. There is a cube. Did you make any guesses? This is a cube. Did you make any guesses why? This is a marble cube. A marble cube to prepare a cube of ice to put into your cocktail. If I put it in a case, glass case, or make an installation with it, or show you a photography, you would be getting very bored unless you're into the secret, or unless you're very much interested in preparing cocktails for you. What makes this cube very interesting for you is that I have asked you to solve a riddle. Therefore, I've asked you to participate in the process of understanding. And in terms of importance, this is the most important thing that makes the exhibitions suitable for children, the emotion. The emotion felt by the children, just like your emotions now, makes the exhibitions interesting, irrespective of whether the exhibitions are of a gold treasure, dinosaur bones, minerals, or any other odd object of art. They are all boring unless they are garnished by emotion. It is the emotion that builds neuronic links in children's minds. I believe this is just as important for us as adults, but it's critically important for children. So emotion is the first and foremost thing that makes the exhibition suitable, or unsuitable for that matter, for children. The second most important thing is what I'm showing to you now. All of you who have children or who have worked with children know how destructive children can be. And every kind of order, don't jump, don't touch, don't do that, is rendered senseless. Therefore, when we work with children, the most important thing is to provide them with materials and design that would exclude the necessity to use orders. In other words, we should not tell the children, don't touch this material, because the material that we have provided will not hurt the children, or the value of the material is not that high as to be threatened by children. Kara said quite a few valuable things about what is important for the future of the exhibitions, for adults as well as children. Now I shall try to translate everything that she said into children's language. Please close your eyes. If you wish to go on, you have to close your eyes. Imagine you're 7 years old. If this is very difficult for you, imagine someone who is 7 years old, and imagine what could be very important for this 7-year-old. What is significant for him or her? What thing does he pay attention to? Now open your eyes, please, and imagine in the museums you work for and the institutions you work in, if there is a 7-year-old visitor, what will be relevant to his life? How many of the exhibits and objects in museums are directly related to someone, a man or woman who is 7-year-old? If you have found more than 5, would you raise your hands? Super. 2 or 3 things only? 1? Thank you. Even one thing is significant in your museums that would move the emotions of a 7-year-old. If you have 5, this is a tremendous success. What Kara said about the adults is also very relevant pertaining to children. If we as adults are capable of thinking of things that are not directly related to our life, but directly relate to the life of the children, then that's a success. If we can think of things that make children forget their daily worries, and if everything that we do is directly related to the children, directly reach their hearts, that's a success. The next thing that I believe is of particular importance and great difficulty, especially for people like us who are of diverse interests, who are clever, hopefully, who are interested in reading and in things, this is to focus on one single idea in everything that we do for children. In each modern exhibition, including the ones in the Muzeiku, there are minimum 3 or 4 ideas. Even the most boring showcase with, say, middle-aged jewelry that are not of interest for children, you promote the ideas of the daily life of medieval people, of the materials they have used, the cultural heritage they have left us, the cultural relations they expose, and these are a range of objects that would be of interest for a child. And if the adults could explore more than one idea, in other words, if they choose more than one thing to focus on, this is not suitable for children, because children can only concentrate on one single idea. So their concentration ability is much less, much weak, and much more isolated than ours. Kara also said quite a few valuable things on how the groups we are addressing are diverse. She said a few words on the exploration they've been doing. We also have our own explorations in the museums, in the exhibitions, in the institutions we work for. And of course, we're all aware of diversity in people. But if people are diverse, adult people are diverse, children are 3 times more diverse, so to say. You know very well, it is one thing to communicate with a child of 2, which only wants to take you by the hand and bring you to the place that's important for this child. Another thing is to speak to a child of 7 who will present you with very specific questions. And the third thing is to speak to teenagers. I have 8 teenagers at home, and it's very difficult to communicate to him, and I'm sure you know of your own experience. So when we speak to children, we ought to know which age group we're focusing on. If we speak to a child of 4, it's senseless to speak by written word, because they're not going to receive information by such type of communication. So specific attitude to specific groups is very important. One more thing, I'm not going to guess you, because the interpreters will find it difficult to guess, but I do it very often. This is an adult thought. Children usually come accompanied by adults. It's very rare to see a child, a very small child, coming to the museum unaccompanied. But the adults that accompany the children, to quote our American designer counterparts, these adults are also people, believe it or not, and they are tired of repeating the same things to the children. They have their own life, which does not concentrate solely on the child they're accompanying. So let's think of the adults when we make exhibitions that are addressed to children. We have also to take into consideration what the adults accompanying the children need. When we started doing the exhibition in Muzejni, we had forgotten initially about that. We had forgotten that an adult person needs to sit down at one point, and a bench is not enough. When we opened Muzejni, initially there was not a single bench to sit on, and we made a tremendous effort to understand why do parents look so unhappy. Why do they find it so difficult to follow their children? This is a very simple example, which is not that important. It is important to think of something else. Adults do not always find it easy to communicate with the teenager and to accompany teenagers. There are elderly parents who do not know how to communicate with their children. So when we work on the exhibitions addressed to children, we have to have our priorities addressed to their parents as well. For me, invaluable, priceless objects in the museums define the very high level of education that is characteristic for Muzejni. But when you have all these objects, we have to show them, and the very act of showing them is priceless as well. These are some thoughts that I wanted to share with you. I have received some very hard lessons, but I have learned them. And I can continue philosophizing on the very specific needs that Museum for Children imposes on us. Thank you very much. And one lesson that we have learned in all the museums and institutions, we have to learn this lesson the hard way, because these are the relevant things to know. Again, I wish to thank you and to say that I was very honored to be among you and talk to you, and everything that I said today is actually made possible by the paths you opened for me. Sorry I can't stay to answer your questions, if any, but my colleagues will be there and are here to answer. And again, I remind you, if you wish to come to Muzejni and understand the vision that stands behind it, go to Milena, tell her your name name, and I shall make a list of your names, and you'll be given free access to the museum. Could Milena stand up, please? This is Milena. Contact her, give her your names, and I shall be very happy to welcome you whenever you wish to visit Muzejko. Thank you for your attention. Thanks for being together.
I would also like to extend my gratitude to Vesela, and following the interesting presentation with a focus on the child's psychology, I would like to give the floor to Professor Dr. Nikolai Nenov. He is an ethnologist, museologist, and director of the Regional Museum in Russe, deputy chairman of the Association of the Bulgarian Museums. His scientific interests are in the field of the heritage and the museums, problems of the urban development, the etymology of socialism. He's an organizer of different exhibitions and inclusive of international such. He is holder of the Golden Century Award, and Professor Dr. Nikolai Nenov has the floor. Thank you for the invitation, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start my presentation with this video material. And the logo or the topic of it is Anguish and Salvation. It bears relevance to the Holocaust period, and you can see all these thematic images. Many students have paid a visit to the museum dedicated to this topic, and this is the printout of some of the main images included in the exhibition. It is called Mobile Exhibition. It has been exhibited at many places all over Bulgaria. And in Sofia, it was hosted by the New Bulgarian University. You can see in the lobby of the university, or maybe in a special hall there, all these exhibits have been displayed. There is a mobile platform that has been created for this purpose, and many issues have been discussed and commented online. And for the first time in Bulgaria, a field study was conducted among the Jewish communities. You can see some of these moments, and we have shown models for tolerance, compassion, salvation, etc. We have contributed to popularize the memory for these days, and we have also been talking about different pieces of legislation in that connection. You can see the people from the Jewish communities in Bulgaria taking part in the events. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I had a plan to finish my presentation with the video, which I have shown to you, but I decided to do it the other way around and to start with the video. We have seen many exhibitions telling different stories. We have seen many digital stories as well, but how stories show up within the premises of the museum, this can happen only when everything is based on a scientific study. That's why I want to talk to you about our latest such scientific study. We had many feedbacks, online feedbacks afterwards in relation with that. These are topics that provide opportunities to the people in the museums to tell the stories of the places where they live in, different daily stories, or to tell some stories related to one or another community. Usually these oral stories or exhibits with history, as we call them, are very useful from a museum point of view, from the museum context viewpoint. It is very important to pay attention to that, to focus on the visitor, to focus on the technology that facilitates this exhibit, this display. We all have digital devices in our pocket, on the table at home, and we have to underline that the technology is only a tool, means using which we can share the heritage. The sharing is very important. This is the important process for the public at large, and the story accomplishes transmission and turns into a means for understanding the past, for understanding the present. The accent on the exhibits with history, as we call them, necessitates the following. The museum experts to be looking for not only the artifacts but the stories behind them, and they have to look at them as a part of the overall scientific process and not piece by piece. This story creates an intrigue, and it concentrates the attention to a much higher extent. Using examples such as our history in 100 objects, as you know, we have this on this slide. Here, this is the director of the British Museum, and he created this history of the world in 100 objects, and very successfully, we need to say. Also, he wrote a book on that issue, and since the museum has been gathering objects from the surrounding world for more than 250 years, it is really a very interesting point of view to tell the story of the world through the most important objects, or 100 objects. So one of the stories of this person, Durer's rhinoceros, this is an animal that was donated by the Portuguese king. So from Lisbon, the rhinoceros had to end up in Rome. But you know, there was a storm in the sea, and the rhinoceros didn't survive. But you can see what happened afterwards. So people got excited about this rhinoceros and its journey. This reinvention of the history was very interesting. They started excavations in Italy, and the rhinoceros, you know, that they were after because of the story. They found many remnants. They sort of described its historical development. I have seen a rhinoceros on a postal stamp, and so widely known is the story that different images have been created with that regard. And you can see another image of the rhinoceros on the roof of a petrol station in Lukovic. So usually people know about objects with history or artifacts with history, and this is very important base on which we should build on. I read the stories of MacGregor, and it is clear that Dürer, who wrote the book, never saw the rhinoceros, of course, but he knew about it from different sources, from different stories, from different pictures. The history of Ireland in 100 objects through three characteristics of the Irish culture: concentric, differentiated, and small. We are asking ourselves the question whether physical objects mean anything nowadays. But at the same time, here you can see a Kalashnikov gun. This is the Russian weapon used by the Irish to fight for their ideas. Again, we have a story which use same objects but tell us different stories and reflect different specificities. These are objects from the past, but they help us understand the past in a better manner and draw the link between the present and the past. The Irish history is very interesting. You can see here kind of a coupon for food from Titanic ship, and also you can see where it has been exhibited. But you know about the fate of Titanic, and you can see where it has been displayed, of course, magnified. And the National Historical Development sets up the framework for the exhibition and interpretation of the artifacts. Let's see these animals. They eat people, cannibals, and the story tells us why they have become like that and how many people they have eaten. But there was a movie in 1996, and Val Kilmer played the main role and Michael Douglas, so it was very interesting, and it will be remembered for a long time. So here we have one of these stories overlapping with the construction of the railroad by a big company. And as any British person, he is intermingling this story of the animals with the story of the construction of the railroads. In 2016, we had a celebration of the 100th anniversary of the railroad built by British constructors in the northeastern part of Bulgaria. Now here we have the National Museum of Transport, and the rolling stock is exhibited. We we have artifacts, rolling stock as artifacts. Here we have different passenger cars exhibited for dignitaries. We have the cars of the Bulgarian kings exhibited, but the story behind the founding of this museum has not been changed. The exposition tells us about the strikes of the transport workers led by Georgi Dimitrov. And the museums are focused, telling stories are focused on their collections or on the local communities. We can give here the example of the Polish Museum of Memory, or the Schindler Museum in Krakow, or the Greek National Museum in Chicago. These are real and successfully operating museums based on verbal stories, verbally narrated stories. They discover unknown elements of history because they contain the micro stories of the separate individuals. These museums show us more about the life and development of the different communities. The topic of the narrated stories are discovered through the different exhibitions, and one of these exhibitions was the one given during the video, Anguish and Salvation, and we have to share our knowledge with the next generations. This is very important because the modern museum is doing exactly this. It is establishing itself as a medium, and it tells many different stories. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Nenov. We shall have coffee break. Please come back at 11:30 to listen to the following presentation. Thank you.
Бях тръгнала. Сега, тук трика е, че са два екрана. Просто това е... И от единия трябва да се мърда курсора до другия, ако трябва нещо да се направи. Така.
Така, добре.
Ето, тя излиза.
please come back to the hall. Тодор Петев has graduated in philosophy and art history, co-founder of the My Museum Foundation, former director of the Progressive Exploratorium School. Participation museum, strategy of different kinds of audiences involvement by Dr. Todor Petev. You have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Hadjisky. I wish to thank all the participants for coming here in the first day of winter in Sofia. I wish to start by an apology. There is a small change, not only in the title, but also in the contents of my presentation. I'm not going to speak on the strategy because it was too big to deal with. The subject is actually the same, Museum of Participation or Participation Museum, but I shall be more modest in my approach to this subject. I cannot afford to give advice at this stage. Maybe later on I shall have greater expertise and shall be in a position to make suggestions. But I will speak on some practical aspects of our work. Participation Museum or Museum of Participation in Bulgarian, it sounds very strange, a phrase. Maybe because up to a point, part of the terminology of the new museology has been introduced into the language alongside the practices and concepts from outside Bulgaria. My presentation today will be an attempt to clarify what the ideal Museum of Participation is, and I'll make a brief overview on how this concept has been born and illustrated by a couple of examples from all over the world. I also intend to discuss with you some of the elements that already exist in the context of this country. I said I'll mention museums. I'll only mention museums with their own collections. Many of the examples that I've decided to give you quite deliberately reflect the American experience or the U.S. participation. This is suitable not only to the context of today's conference, but also, owing to historic reasons, this has to be mentioned because ever since 1899, when the first Children's Museum was set up in Brooklyn, the American, the U.S. audiences are very much relation-oriented, and this is something we can learn a lot from, especially considering yesterday's presentation and this morning's presentation by Kara. All the U.S. presentations were very useful for us. There is one more reason for me to mention the U.S. participation, and this reason is that over the past 20 years, the U.S. NGOs participate very actively in the national development of museums in Bulgaria. I'm not that old and do not come from the museum sector, but I'm an observer of these developments, and I've been greatly impressed by two U.S. initiatives that, for me, prove without any doubt that things like the Open Society Foundation and its activity in the 1990s, and I see at least 5 people here in the audience that have participated in the professional seminars organized by the Open Society Foundation. Some of them are already curators or directors of museums. This was the first initiative I wanted to mention. I think it took 3 or 4 years years. And all the seminars ended with the publication entitled The Other Museum. I recommend this publication to you because some of the projects described there are of extremely interesting nature, and they focus on the active ties and links between the museum and the museum team. And the second group of professional educational seminars was supported by the Fund for Art and Culture in Central and Eastern Europe. It also organized a series of seminars and travels of Bulgarian museum experts abroad, and this also played a very significant role for the professional development of the Museum Guild in this country. Also, it introduced new practices, which was of extreme importance and of great necessity. This initiative completed its work about 10 years ago. Since 2008, since America for Bulgaria started functioning, we had another sponsor and another supporter, because America for Bulgaria works on a number of projects related to preservation of the museum funds or to the public relations or connected related to public relations, and Vesela Gercheva's presentation is a case to the point. This was the foreword I intended to start with, but I now wish to go on with the Museum of Participation. What is Museum of Participation? It's an ideal. It's not a fixed concept that can be defined precisely and clearly. At least I can't do that, because it's a fluid concept. In the center of this first concept, of course, stays the link between audiences and museum. This is an active link in which the audiences participate in the museum collections, in the museum life, in the museum activities. The museum itself participates in turn in social life. And in this particular way, we can speak of participation museum or museum of participation. This is mutual participation based on the link between the museum and audience. Different aspects are involved here: educational, information, business aspect. And if I want to be useful to you by giving you my presentation today, it will be I shall be doing this in a way which hopefully will leave you with a clearer concept of what museum is, at least in my way of thinking. And let me start from the beginning. Let me start clarifying the idea. When I speak of participation, I don't have in mind just interactive modules or game modules or retroactive modules or anything related in traditional way with interaction with the audiences. Yes, these are aspects that are very important, but the aspect I wish to focus on now, which I consider extremely important, is the social aspect of this participation. Over the past 20, 30 years, the museum audiences and the way they connect and behave in the museum space has changed radically. And from passive, the audiences, the participants, the audiences have become active participants. We were shown that very clearly yesterday by the presentation of Mrs. Kazalarska. The very idea, the concept of museum becomes problematic nowadays. Museum does not represent a simple collection, neither is it a temple of cultural heritage. Of course it is both temple and exhibition and collection, but it also has become a social center, a social a place where social and educational functions exist next to each other. this resulted not, as one would think, from an individual decision or the work from one decade. This is the result of a lengthy process starting, launched in the beginning of the 1970s, going through different stages, reshaping of the very ideas and concepts of museum. ECOM, for example, 1984, then 2007, we all are aware of this. Perhaps we should search for the roots of the participation museum in the developments of the latest new museology of the 1980s, 1990s, where a series of program statements and manifestos by museum experts were launched, and emblematic among them, even though a bit dated, is the dilemma between a museum as a temple and museum as a social forum. So we find ourselves in the changed situation of the changing museum. To quote Mrs. Kozlarska again, many of the practices and aspirations that we're used to have been a bit changed in the new museologists, creating problems because in theory they might sound very well as programs, but for each of the categories she mentioned, 6 or 7, I can't remember, she asked us how much is reality matching the program. Interactivity, performance, all these were aspects she discussed, and I wish to add another element to what she mentioned. This element, I believe, is important in our efforts to explain and solve the contradiction between the theory and ideas of the new museology and reality. Shall we speak of new museologies or different museologies from the point of view of the global phenomena that we observe nowadays? The answer may be different. Alban Toffler, who is a U.S. futurologist in the 1970s, for the first time formulated the concept of economic experience. What is this? This is something which he describes as new society built on experience and values. Experiences per se can be make a commodity used by the social networks, which transfer the experience into a product with a financial value. The key issues here, in my mind, are to find answers to questions. Why a museum would agree, why would a museum agree to share its authority with the audiences in building programs or making exhibitions, something that Kara mentioned. With whom do we do these things? With whom do we share, and why? These are key questions that I ask myself. I wish to show you a couple of titles of books that have been published over the past 5 years, particularly with reference to the Museum of Participation. The titles may not reflect this, but the contents of the books do. Some of them are even guides for museum experts. The others are guides for university students on museology. And the third type of publications are just making it popular, making this idea popular. I've selected this cloud of words because it visualizes an analytical study by the British Association of Museums, British Museum Association, with the missions of the 40 of the leading museums and galleries in Great Britain. If we delete the word museum, which provides a very easy explanation, you will see that, as a matter of fact, people and collections are the two defining words that are most often met 30 times for people, 22 times for collections. This is very interesting and indicative because it shows the attitude. I'm not deeping into the history of creating such special mission declarations. I only wish to mention that only 15 to 20 years ago, this slide would be absolutely different. People wouldn't be taking the first place. What you see on the screen now are details from a very old exhibition, as old as I am, basically. That is from the time I started, Finding Museums. This was an exhibition curated by an artist, Fred Wilson, which took place in the Historic Society in Maryland, which until then was known as a very conservative place in the terms of sites and way of exhibiting the exhibits. This was actually a traditional exhibition of silverware related mainly to knowledge and study. However, a more attentive analysis of this exhibition would have seen that Fred Wilson has also included in the collection a silver chain of a slave which has been chained to this place at that time. At the time of the silver jubilee. In other words, Fred Wilson was a curator, a very forward-looking man who had already planned to change the very essence of the exhibition site. And he has raised issues that are still very much high on the agenda of today's U.S. society. And if you can judge from the next slide, they are his recent projects. He has not hesitated in including chains again at the backside of the postament among the most symbolic figures in U.S. history, because they have been owners of slaves, even though they have created the states as such. Another example is the well-known painting in the Louvre, which is a mammoth museum with very complicated programs, education and otherwise. A museum which about 15 years ago was also very conservative in its approach to audiences, but back in 2006 it created another program inviting people who are not experts but have a high social and cultural profile, such as Toni Morrison. They invited her to curate an exhibition. In her case, in her particular case, she was not curating a single exhibition. She was curating a series of paintings and exhibits that were related to one subject. You can see the Jericho's painting, the raft of Medusa, absolutely reflecting a real-life case with the sinking of a Medusa ship loaded by slaves traveling to Europe. So what Toni Morrison did was to arrange, curate a series of events, including drafts, improvisation, reading of poetry, thereby creating an exceptionally strong interest among the visitors. This happened just exactly 1 year after the riots in the Paris suburbs, in which many of the Paris immigrants were protesting against their social and economic conditions. And the subject Toni Morrison decided to unite all these exhibits under was the foreigner's home, thereby provoking the very image of the museum. She created an event of really great social significance. Around this event, a number of exhibitions were arranged related to the subject of the foreigners in Egypt, the foreigner in other countries. And they were the foreigner in Greece. We had a Greek subject in Greece, etc., etc. All these things made a very good structure for a general event on a subject topical for the moment, through arranging and rearranging the traditional collections. One or two of the photographs that I wish to show come from Tate Modern in London, which has a very well systemized strategy, and for the past 16 years, Tate Modern works to engage the attention of the audiences with the support of Bloomberg Connect's, the US Foundation, using digital technologies in traditional environment. Regrettably, I don't have sufficient time to show you all the examples that exist and declare its significance, but in Tate Modern we see screens on which visitors can mark down their impressions. Part of them are being projected or even printed out and put immediately next to the exhibit. Tate Modern has also a bar in which you can use tablets and provide your visual impressions from the exhibits or from the subject of the exhibition. Tate Modern also gives the opportunity for the audience, members of the audience, to answer specific questions by the curators, which is a wonderful initiative. I've only decided to show you this, plus the Global Studio, in which via mobile applications or via terminals, the audience, members of the audience, could ask questions to artists not only from Tate Modern, in the Tate Modern, but from all over the world. These are recorded video sessions that involve a member of the audience or members of the audience and the artist. Now, how strong is the purely social engagement? We don't know. We still can't measure it, but these Tate projects gives us an ample opportunity to debate on it. And to come back to Bulgaria, what happens to the opportunity to make connections to the audience? You see the results of the first ever and very successful campaign in Bulgaria, again supported by Saatchi & Saatchi and America for Bulgaria. This is the campaign of the National History Museum, which took place in 2014 by creating the Children's Corner in the National History Museum. What I was impressed by, and what I think is of supreme importance for this discussion, is the parallel that was created by Saatchi & Saatchi between a child of today's reality and the visit there. You can call it a trick, of course, but On the other hand, the purpose of the exercise was to show that something we deem dated or part of history or not particularly interested, because we show the former Bulgarian King Ferdinand, when confronted with a child, becomes very interesting. 2 more slides and I'll be finishing. A very interesting campaign in the National Military History Museum in Bulgaria on the occasion of the anniversary of Vasil Levski's death. That's back in 2015. The doors of the museums were open to the audience, who were invited to describe the Apostle of Freedom by one word, by a single word. And you see that this was a campaign which was so successful that in 2016 it was enlarged and made broader by including digital elements in the whole exercise. An example for a museum of a very long history, the first ever in the Bulgarian tradition, is the museum in Varna, which has been existing for the past 30 years. Children's participation in every kind of context is of primary importance here. Learning through experience is the guiding principle in this museum, which also offers us a series of accessories constantly enriched, CDs, new museum thematic guides, which, as far as I know, are unique for this country. And the reason I'm quoting this as well and showing you this slide is that the digital perspective is very important, because it shows us that working with audiences is a lengthy process, and this is proved by the experience of the museum in Varna for the past 30 years. This is an open discussion that I'm holding with you, because there is a lot to say about how we could improve the audiences of visually impaired and blind people. Over the past couple of years, a number of museums try to reach out to blind people or visually impaired people, but these were efforts that are not connected with each other. The National Art Gallery in Sofia does that, Varna does that. This is actually a project which has European support. The Sofia City Gallery has done a lot to become one of the pioneering galleries in this country. The access to the museum is the first step on which we could deliberate, to be followed by giving opportunity for participation to communities or groups that cannot find their right place in such exhibition. And this could lead us to the third stage, to unify museums in the efforts to uphold the cause of the people that are disabled in one way or another. But that requires constant cooperation with these audiences and a connection not only physical but also intellectual. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Petev. I would like to give the floor to Ekaterina Jumalev, state expert at the Ministry of Culture, member of the Bulgarian Econ Council. She has been participating in the organization of many exhibitions at home and abroad. She has specialized management and administration in arts. She has been involved with exchange of exhibitions, preservation of the cultural heritage of Bulgaria, and the topic of her presentation is temporary museum expositions, present and future. Welcome. Today I would like to present to your attention the problems related to the development of temporary museum expositions. I'm going to talk about key criteria for successful temporary museum exhibitions. For the purpose of the presentation, I have used data from the National Statistical Institute, also excerpts from the European Museum Statistics. Also, I have used anonymous questionnaire that I sent to different museums. I received 50 responses, half of them from the district museums and the others from the regional and national museums. In Bulgaria, we do not have a practice to sell separate tickets to the visitors of temporary exhibitions. That's why the statistical information is not good enough. This does not allow us to fully account for the interest towards such types of exhibitions. As of 2015, the number of the foreigners that have visited the Bulgarian museums comprises 15.5%, which shows a decrease of the interest on the part of the tourists by 5% for a period of 6 years, which means that if we will take into consideration that the interest of the local public towards the museums is being increased, namely during the period of the temporary exhibitions, we could say that the revenues from one exhibition during the last year have been on the average around 3,400 Bulgarian level, which is a small amount. The reasons for that are many and different, but we can outline the most important of those. One of them is the limited budget of the museums and the galleries. As you can see from the graphics, it is the lowest in the European Union, and it amounts to 127,000 euro per year. Also, we need to say that the existing financial sources are not used well enough. The answer to the question what percentage of the budget is put aside for exhibitions per annum has received the following answers: between 0 and 25%, or on the average by 5% per museum. Another serious problem is the lack of sufficient space for temporary museum exhibitions. From the questionnaire, it is obvious that 36% from the museums that responded to the questionnaire have mentioned that they have rejected the idea to organize such a temporary exhibition because of lack of space, 10% due to lack of money, and also 52% of the museums have not conducted any marketing studies during the last 3 years, which is maybe a new information for all of you. 32% have conducted between 1 and 3 times marketing surveys, and only 16% of the museums are doing that on a more regular basis. 58% of the museums do not have a specialist appointed responsible for the organization and conducting of the exhibitions. On the slide here, you can see what is the percentage ratio between the space of the temporary and the permanent expositions. The conclusion which pops up is that the museums which do not have halls or premises for exhibitions, as well as those that make temporary expositions in halls which occupy less than 10% of the total exposition area of a building should be looking for an additional building, or they should reduce the space for the permanent exposition at the expense of the space offered for the display of the temporary exhibition. Here I would like to talk about the weak and strong sides related to the temporary exhibitions. You can see different type of exhibitions being carried out at different places in Bulgaria, different museums. The majority of the museums and the galleries in the country, they have unique assets included in their permanent exhibitions. They're participating with them quite frequently in national exhibitions. We have also experienced museum experts, and also, we have many contacts which keep being deepened during conferences, seminars, meetings, joint projects. It should be noted that the conducting of a forum such as the fair of the museum exhibitions in Ruse is a rare phenomenon worldwide. It has a serious potential for developing and presentation of different exhibitions. Since 2011, in the Cultural Heritage Act, a text has been included which allows for the purpose of temporary exhibition in the country and abroad to use a state guarantee instead of the normal commercial insurance, which significantly reduces the costs related to the organization of exhibitions, especially when we're talking about cultural artifacts with a high insurance valuation. And we have also to say that when there is such an application for this purpose, this application should be made during the previous year. And here I need also to say that the preparation period for conducting of an exhibition in Bulgaria is much less than this preparation time in other countries. 26% of the museums have never included artists, designers, architects, and other specialists which could shape in another manner the space for the temporary exhibitions. And many a time the temporary exhibitions have the layout of an exhibition from 20 years ago. And the lack of an access to the digitalized movable cultural assets from the funds of the museums encumbers the research activity and the preparation of exhibitions with exhibits from different museums and galleries. Adequate use of the social network is also lagging behind. According to data from the national statistics, each of the museums and galleries participate in on the average 10 exhibitions per annum. On the average, we have 6 events being organized, among which are lectures, presentations, demonstrations, etc. 68% of the museums participating in the questionnaire this year has responded that they have developed an educational program adhering to one or another of their exhibitions. 92% of the museums have outlined that they conduct analysis following the display of the expositions, but they do not have a survey on the audiences. That's why this activity is deprived of meaning. Here I would also say that a part of the cultural institutions are still not using the opportunities to attract new and existing audiences, and to increase their own revenues through diversification in the exhibitions and the manner of their display. One of the serious reasons for the status of the museum expositions is related to the limited funding on the part of the Ministry of Culture during the last 25 years, and also it is due to the lack of money for projects related to the museums on the part of the majority of the municipalities. And part of the own revenues of the museums which could be invested in repair and other lighting and other things are usually sometimes used for that. There are museums and galleries which have not been applying to participate in any of the projects available and which have never requested funding for exhibitions from the relevant state institutions. And it is a fact that during the first competition for exhibitions conducting this year, together with the Regional Historical Museum in Ruse, we had the Ministry of Culture providing 3,000 Bulgarian leva for awards for independent and joint exhibitions and for authors of concepts, but the applicants were only 4. We had applications for 4 joint exhibitions, and we had applicants 6 museums for 14 independent exhibitions. So maybe we need professionals and volunteers who could help the museum to acquire a modern image. 54% of the Bulgarian museums do not have a strategy or rules for organization of exhibitions. They do not use museum standards. The ethical code of ICOM is the basic standard for the museums, which is used again as a foundation for the developing of additional standards. In some of the countries, the base standards are legally established and they exist under the form of accreditation or another evaluation systems. In these countries where we do not have such established standards, we can look for support and instructions on the part of ICOM. We also would like to present to your attention the standards for museum exhibitions of the American Alliance of the Museums. On the first place, we have information provided to the public, accounting for the different interests, the mindsets of the visitors in the museums. Also, analysis and evaluation conducted during the preparation for the exhibition and after the conducting of the exhibition to find out what has been the impact of the exhibition on the public and how the objectives of the project have been attained. Also, we need to pay attention to the content. This criteria shows the topicality and the relevance of the topics included in the exhibition and the present status of the knowledge on this topic. The interpretation and communication is another very important issue. The message of the exhibition should be clear and should be concise. The proposals made and the viewpoints should be clarified. Different strategies for interpretation are used, including different inscriptions, interactive elements, audio and video resources, visual effects, smells, etc. The design is very important, the selection, the efficient presentation of the exhibition should be synchronized with its content. The aesthetic selection influences and supports the topic of the exhibition. The temporary and traveling exhibition should have a design which allows frequent installation, de-installation and transportation of the exhibits. comfort, accessibility, and safety. The layout of the exhibition is made in a manner which accounts for the physical, intellectual, and social status of the visitors. Here I'm showing pictures of Bulgarian exhibitions abroad, and I would like to focus on a part of the difficulties related to the organization of the exhibitions shared by the museum experts. On the first place, insufficient support on the part of the municipalities, lack of attractive premises, requisites, mannequins, conditioning, curators, different other technical we do not have enough funding for repair work, for transportation, for insurance, advertising. One of the museums has specified that there are many requirements related to the documentation of the exhibition, and then as a second factor, that the level of occupation of the staff with different inventory works deprive them of enough time for training, developing concepts, etc. There are no funds for conservation and restoration, and lack of motivation. Some are overburdened with different daily works. Also, we have problems related to moisture and heating of the premises, different other administrative difficulties related to temporary import of exhibitions from third countries. You will see different examples of display of foreign exhibitions. As you can see, not always the money issue is the most important one. We can have successful exhibitions which include innovations, different media installations, elements, special design, and here the installations, elements with special design are very important, as well as lighting that could have a desired impact. We have exhibitions that are attractive due to their unique exhibits and to the stories that are being told. Usually we have a high rate of or a high number of visits when something quite interesting is being displayed, and when we have messages that are conveyed emotionally and that provoke participation on the part of the public. How many exhibitions you have visited about which you have enthusiastically talked about to your colleagues, to your friends, or which you could recommend to them? The interest towards the museum, the revenues from exhibitions and accompanying activities could be sensitively increased if we would be looking towards finding a new approach, if we would start experimenting with regard to the contents of the temporary expositions and the design of the space, and if we will not give up the surveys addressing the opinion of the visitors prior to and after the exhibitions. It doesn't really matter how many staff members are working in the museum or how big the budget is. It is very important to have ideas, to have an action plan, and to believe in the success of your project. You have to try to find out what is happening, what new is happening in the field of the temporary expositions, and to put your efforts into preparing for and conducting your first quite different museum exhibitions. You have to know that the general objectives and priorities in the policy related to the display and popularization of the cultural heritage should include ensuring opportunities for easy adaptation of the museum space spaces and for creating unique exhibitions. Also professional team, creative, innovative approach related to the preparation of temporary exhibitions different from the traditional ones. I would like to ask the people in this room, how many of you are dealing with design of exhibitions? Raise your hands, please. Can I ask you to stand up? I would like to appeal to the other colleagues, especially to those that have not been dealing with such an approach, during the break to talk to these colleagues that have just stood up, or to initiate a discussion on that topic, to invite, because you might invite students. I'm talking about the museums that lack enough financial resources to do that, to give you a hand, meaning students studying PR or studying design and other related issues. I would like to thank you for your attention, to thank my colleagues, to thank the other lecturers. And I think that we have proved to be helpful. Thank you.
I wish to thank Mrs. Jumuleva because she spoke very interesting facts that emerged from her study. It's a very interesting analysis that you offered to our attention that would make us think. Now we are going to listen to the last presentation by one of the participants who will speak on the present and future of museum, Dr. Adam Nielsen, who heads Education and Translation Department in the Archaeological Museum at the Berkeley, Californian University with MS and BH for Cultural Studies, and he's also Doctor in Pedagogical Psychology of the University of Stanford. He specializes in history and specialized which relate to the present, to those, in relation to those who are different. He is also curator in the Oakland Museum, where he is in charge of exhibitions for the history of California. He has an experience of over 15 years in studying the behavior of the audience, museum audiences, and he has contributed a lot towards the building human exhibitions for human audiences. Dr. Adam Nielsen, you have the floor.
Добър ден and благодаря. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I've been enjoying my time here in Sofia very much. And the snow has made it even more exciting. Coming from the San Francisco Bay Area, we never get any snow. So being in a beautiful city like Sofia with snow is an extra bonus, and makes it so that this year I guess I will get a little bit of a white Christmas. It won't just be something that we'll sing songs about that have no meaning. It's nice to have a real white Christmas here. So, like I said, I've been enjoying my time here. Happy to be meeting such wonderful people and hearing such interesting things that people have had to say. Really exciting ideas for museums and cultural heritage sites. My presentation has some echoes from some previous presentations and takes a closer look at an undercurrent that we've seen throughout the conference, which is the worthwhile effort towards making exhibits and programs that emphasize real human beings and that humanize exhibits and programs in real impactful ways. I think it's very easy for us as museum professionals to forget that our visitors I mean, we obviously think about our visitors, but we forget about the diversity of the kinds of visitors that we have. And we also sometimes forget that the exhibits that we are arranging and coordinating deal with content that all is related to human beings, whether we're talking about ancient objects or contemporary art. So I'm passionate about museums as places that can radically change how we see other people. Since all of the world's problems are social in some way, whether it be racism and prejudice or climate change that threatens our very existence, it is essential that museums encourage people to think more deeply about their engagement in the social world. So I'm going to talk about 3 different ways in which museums have successfully done this. 3 ways of humanizing museums. First, by including images and stories of real people. We've seen a little bit of this so far at the conference. By being transparent about the real humans who created exhibits. And by involving community members in the process of creating exhibits. So I want to talk about the benefits of each and to give some examples that I hope inspire you, and ultimately I look forward to hearing ideas and examples that you have. So to go straight to number 1, images and stories of real people. I argue first that exhibits should contain representations of real people, whether they be images or stories or some other media. Many museum labels, a lot of museum text is written in third-person labels, third-person voice, where an anonymous, authoritative voice tells people something, talks at people. And whenever possible, it's best to allow people, the people that we're representing in our exhibits, to speak in their own words for a number of reasons. These are my findings from a study that I conducted a couple of years ago at the Oakland Museum of California, and the exhibit was on the California Gold Rush. In brief, the California Gold Rush was the period starting in 1848 when an estimated 300,000 immigrants came to California seeking gold from around the world. The exhibit included features like a giant wall of a diversity of faces of Gold Rush immigrants, a reconstructed Gold Rush era kitchen that featured stories and images of real people. And it's hard to tell from the photo, but there's a life-size projection of a storyteller who is, when you click a button, she tells real stories that are excerpts from things like diaries and letters and real historical sources. And there are also a number of scrapbooks that visitors can leaf through, with each scrapbook representing a part of the world that people came from for the gold rush. So I'll show you a few of these because visitors found these to be most compelling. This is a page from a book about immigrants coming from Asia, and you see a picture of a Chinese woman and a quote from an actual Chinese immigrant. Here's a similar page from the scrapbook about European immigrants. This one showing an image of French miners and a quote from a French miner. And then one about immigrants from Latin America. So this is an image and a quote from a Chilean miner. So the question that I was examining in this research was what actually happens? What do people actually do when they encounter representations of real people of the past? What good might it do, and what challenges might it present? There's a lot of talk, at least in my museum experience, there's been a lot of talk about more faces, more voices. Load up your exhibits with more faces and more voices, which I think more faces and voices of real everyday people from the past and from the community, which I do think is a good thing intuitively. But I wanted to research this question and see what actually happens and what good might they actually do, instead of us just kind of guessing at what they do. So I found that representations of real people, first of all, allowed people to explore the perspective of people who were different from themselves and allowed people to try on identities that they had not considered before. And this is an area that I've done a lot of research on, and I'm just going to take a moment to spend a little extra time talking about this. So what I'm talking about here with exploring perspectives is this really valuable act when people step out of their own mindset and they ask themselves questions like, what would I have done in this situation? Or what would it have been like for me in that situation? Or the realization that I could have been that person. When people are doing this, they're practicing a valuable skill of perspective taking with another person, and this is useful in many ways when thinking about the past, but also when thinking about everyday life. Visitors may even feel an emotional connection with the people they see represented in an exhibit, and they may feel empathy with that person. And there are things that we can do as museum professionals to encourage this exploration of perspectives. I recently co-authored a chapter of a book called Fostering Empathy Through Museums, which I would highly recommend. Our chapter that I co-wrote with my colleague Miriam Bader from the Lower East Side Tenement Museum in New York City, we combined really powerful social psychological research on perspective taking and empathy with some really fascinating and effective examples from the Tenement Museum. One thing that we noted was how important it is to provide a great deal of context, of historical context in museum exhibits that not only get people thinking about the context in which people from the past lived, but also that get visitors thinking about the context that they live in the modern day, and that make them question their own ways and their own ways of thinking and their own ways of acting, and seeing how in another time period their own ways of doing things may be considered strange. There has been research on how people think about people of the past. I'm very interested specifically in the Salem witch trials, which is the period in colonial American history when at least 25 people were executed being suspected of witchcraft. And it's really easy to write off those people and to write off the people who accused others of witchcraft and say those people were stupid or they were so backwards. But it's a crucial skill to really be able to get past that and have people imagine what it would be like to live in a time when witchcraft was not some silly lie, but when it was reality. It is a reality that witches exist, and it's a reality that they are going to harm you. So encouraging people to question the context in which they live and compare that to past contexts. Research has also shown that to get people really exploring perspectives, it isn't really enough just to say, think about this person's perspective. It takes a lot of instruction that can be done, that we've done at my museum with docents or gallery guides, with really vivid explanations that encourage visitors to not just, like I said, in quotes, try thinking about this different perspective. It really takes a lot of instruction to say, step out of your shoes, try and imagine seeing the world with a different set of eyes, and let go, think about the assumptions that you have about the time and the place that you live. It really requires a lot of coaxing to do this. It's a skill that takes a lot of practice. We can also encourage visitors to have a sample of an experience that a person from another time or place may have. A really great example is from the Tenement Museum, where my co-author Miriam Bader, like I said, works. What they do there is, so this is a museum in a small, crowded tenement building, an apartment building that housed people in terrible conditions in the Lower East Side of New York City. And they'll actually have visitors do things like carry heavy buckets of water up the stairs so they can, at least for a moment, get a sample of what it would have felt like to live in this difficult situation. They'll also crowd visitors into a room so that they can feel what it would be like to live in this congested space, so they at least momentarily get a feel of what a past person's perspective may have been like. So moving on to what other things that representations of real people enable. They enable visitors to find similarities with people represented in exhibits, with people of the past. Specifically in the Gold Rush exhibit, there was a Korean American woman who I interviewed, and for her the most powerful moment in the exhibit was finding a letter written by a woman who was writing about how much she missed her husband when he left and came to California for the gold rush. And the woman I interviewed said that really spoke to my heart and made me think how my family in Korea misses me. So representations of real people allow us to find that similarity that we all have an innate desire for. They also remind us that people of the past or people of other places, of other times and contexts, are real people, because that is very easy to forget when we talk about these abstract categories of human beings like the Romans or the Thracians. We can forget that these were real individuals who laughed and cried and worried and they loved people, and so when we present stories of real people, we humanize the past by reminding that these abstract categories of people were real people. We also create opportunities for people to sense presence, to feel like they're immersed in a past situation. And this is, as some of the speakers have discussed during the conference, setting up immersive environments is a powerful interpretive method in museums. And when we use stories and images of real people, we create that opportunity to feel like we're actually in the past. And specifically with that wall of faces that I showed you from the Gold Rush exhibit, multiple people that I interviewed said, I felt like I was looking into these people's eyes and I felt like I wanted to ask them so many questions, and there were so many things that I felt like I could communicate with them on a very personal level about. And quite simply, real images, especially images of real people, draw our attention. We as human beings are innately attracted to other human faces. So this is a way to encourage people to explore an exhibit by having lots of faces and lots of images of real people throughout the exhibit. And they raise a variety of emotions. So, and people in my study, they said that whenever they read a story or saw a picture or an account of a real past person, they felt worried, they felt concerned about the well-being of this past person, and that it really seemed to have increased their level of engagement with the exhibit, because this wasn't just an exhibit about abstract people, but they actually felt this caring emotion. And finally, we can use stories of real human beings as opportunities to present information. And just as a side note, I want to acknowledge, of course, that our purpose as museum professionals is not only just to feed information to visitors. That's not our goal. But of course, a goal is often content learning. And we can teach about the past through quotes from people who lived in the past, and allow people to make their own deductions about the past by reading a quote from a woman who missed her husband, who left for the gold rush. That can be more powerful than us just saying a lot of people missed their families when they left for the gold rush. One of the participants in my study said that seeing these real quotes made the material more believable. They said they wouldn't have believed the material as much if it had just been written in third person by a curator. One of my main findings, as kind of a little bit of a side note to this, was that this method doesn't really work for everybody, I found. It's easy to, the exhibit that I was working in had very little curatorial text. There was almost no text giving any overview of what the gold rush was. It was pretty much all told through individual quotes. And so there were actually a couple of participants in my exhibit, or in my study, who said, I really would have loved to have some more overview overview of this period, I felt like I couldn't, understand how all of this fit together. So that's just a little cautionary note that it's something I'm interested in studying more, is what is that balance between providing the kind of curatorial overview text and stories from real individuals. So we may not always have real people, images of real people or quotes from real people to use in our exhibits. We may be dealing with ancient history where we have objects, but we have a lack or a shortage of real actual stories. And one thing that we can do is we can be very mindful when we are writing our curatorial text and when we're writing in third person, we can be very mindful about focusing our text on real people, and we can do that by simply rewording some things. So have a look at this label from a museum. I'll give you a second if you haven't already read it. And maybe our fantastic interpreters would be able to read what it says in Bulgarian. So is there any actual mention of human beings in here? No, there's no mention of human beings. We do not know. We're left wondering who made the gas that is being discussed here, who is retaining it, as it says.
Става въпрос за това, че има газ, който е направен от изгаряне на петролни продукти в една огромна газова инсталация. Обаче този завод, който е произвеждал всъщност газа, е оставен само за покриване на консумацията от страна на потребителите по време на пиковите часове и общо взето останал като завод в режим стендбай, защото те са започнали да внасят природен газ от друго място. Тази фирма, която е била производителка на газта, започнала да го внася, оставила съществуващата мощност само за целите на стендбай съоръжение. Сега виждате, ето това е едно дигитално изображение. На територията на Сан Хосе е имало един квартал, който е бил населен от китайци. И този китайски всъщност квартал е бил изгорял в един момент от времето, като на практика са се опитали да възстановят на вида му, поне дигитално, на този квартал и реставрираното изображение е изглеждало по този начин. Разбира се, както след всеки пожар има различни артефакти, намерено е на това място на изгорелия китайски квартал една такава бутилка. И сега виждате, че любопитството е било проявено по отношение на съдържанието на бутилката. И сега какво се е оказало на практика, че е било съдържанието на тази бутилка и как на практика ние можем да си извадим съответните заключения в тази връзка. Значи, когато са решили да изследват на практика съдържанието на бутилката, то се е оказало, че съдържа цинобър, прах от цинобър. Това е една специална руда, която дори има и съдържание на живак. Но китайците са го използвали за лекарство. Тоест имало е цинобър, имало е и строителен разтвор и разбира се рудата е била накълцана с чукало и всичко това е вкарано в бутилката. Разбира се, на картинката виждате остатъка на съдържимото на бутилката, което е открито при разкопките. Много трудно са установили, разбира се, какво съдържа. Разбира се, ние използвахме химици, които от своя страна пък използваха различни видове химически тестове, за да разкрият какво е съдържанието на бутилката и установихме, че доста така тревожно съдържанието му съдържа цинобър, стрит цинобър, строителен разтвор и разбира се всичко това е станало с помощта на чукало. А си представете, че имало хора, които са били лекувани с това лекарство вътре в бутилката. тук като да, значи пак такива, да, пак предположения, нали, как са го правили, с каква цел, на кого са го прилагали и така нататък. И дори предназначението на бутилката, нали, това е основано на хипотеза. Като създава се една такава много жива картина в нашето съзнание по отношение на това какъв е бил живота, какво са правили, с какво са се лекували и така нататък.
So now, that was my first point. Moving on to my second point, about being transparent about the real humans who created exhibits. This is very important today, and I believe at least one other speaker during the conference has talked about the information that we're barraged with today. It's dangerous when people think uncritically about where their information comes from, especially in an age when people encounter information that is of highly varying quality. When we encounter news, as we are now learning in the United States, when we encounter news that is circulated that is actually completely false. Information, there's a wide range of quality of information that we encounter, whether it's news or whether it's blog posts. So this is a crucial 21st century skill to be able to question where information comes from. And this can be tricky in museums because visitors often see museums as the authority, and they have no idea where exhibits come from. And this is in the same way that they often probably have no idea where their news comes from or who writes the textbooks that they read in school. In fact, there was a study just published last month by the Stanford History Education Group that studied elementary, middle school, and high school students. And these students displayed, as they said, a dismaying inability to evaluate the credibility of news. They did not tend to look critically or at all at the source of the content they viewed. And the researchers noted that we can't blame these students because they haven't been taught how to do this. But we, as museum professionals, can play a part in breaking this tendency. And one thing we can do is to provide information about who created our exhibits. And of course, it's nothing new to have panels that mention the names of people who produced exhibits, you know, maybe placed at the very end of the exhibit. But I would argue that we need to place those real human beings more up front in our exhibits. And so I'll give you an example from the Hearst Museum where I work, where what we're doing in our upcoming exhibit is that we are including on our labels the name and photograph of the people who write our labels. So this here is a mock-up. It's a prototype, so the text is far from final. But this is a mock-up of one of our text panels. And you can see at the bottom we have a photo and the name of one of our curators of the exhibit, and then the text that he wrote for this part of the exhibit. So in this way, people won't necessarily contact him. They might contact him if they disagree with something in the text, which is welcome and great. But just the act of putting the name and the photo up there sends a message that real people created this exhibit and that the information comes from the perspective of real individual people. And it takes away the mystery of where the information comes from. And it also gives a visitor a name and a face to relate to. A second thing we can do in order to be transparent is to admit that the creators of exhibits are not infallible, that we as museum professionals are not all-knowing, and we don't have the final word on any topic. So another example from the Hearst Museum, at the end of our exhibit, we're planning on putting up a bulletin board where we ask this question, basically admitting that you can read the text and I'll allow the interpreters to read it in Bulgarian. Okay, I think she said it. So we're opening ourselves up to criticism, and we're opening ourselves up and admitting that we do not have the final word. We're saying we can't tell the whole story, and that this exhibit is not as black and white as we've said. And we want visitors to express and tell us what they think we left out, and to share with each other what they think we left out. So using the word "we" in here is another way of humanizing the museum. And questions like this will help to break down the notion that, that museum professionals know everything, and instead of visitors thinking that the exhibit is just there for them to swallow wholesale, instead they'll be empowered to critique authority and be invited into a conversation. When we're not transparent about the real people who create an exhibit, we reinforce the message that it's okay to accept and digest information without thinking about the motivations or perspectives of people who created it. So now moving on to my third and final point, involving community members in the process of creating exhibits. So another way of humanizing exhibits, if we want our exhibits to be relevant, as we've been discussing a lot, relevant and useful for visitors, we need to involve visitors from the very start of the process of creating exhibits. And this means at least two things. First, when we're planning exhibits, or even before, we need to be asking our communities questions like this. What are issues that you consider to be most pressing in your community? What is of most concern or of most interest to you? And what stories in your community do you think are untold and that need to be told? Maybe there's a problem that you don't know about in your community. Maybe people in a certain profession or people living in a certain neighborhood are being challenged in some way that you don't know about. Maybe they're celebrating something that you don't know about. Or maybe a certain part of your community feels stereotyped or misunderstood. So gather groups of people together at your museums and ask them questions like this. Then, as we create an exhibit, we let those voices guide us and guide the development of the exhibit. And ultimately, we let real, live community members, everyday people, tell the stories. An example is an exhibit that I worked on at the Oakland Museum of California, where we worked together with a group of students from the California State University in Sacramento. Sacramento is the capital city of the state of California. And these were students who were in a master's degree program for public history. So these were students who would be ultimately going into careers like into museum professions and into historical preservation work. And I got together with these students and their professor during their classes, and I led brainstorming sessions where I asked them questions like the ones I just showed you. What does the world need to know about Sacramento? What sorts of assumptions about Sacramento do you want to challenge? And what are real-life stories or challenges in your community that you think are untold? And students agreed there are a lot of misconceptions about Sacramento, saying that almost nobody outside Sacramento really knows what goes on in Sacramento. Even though it's the capital of the state of California and a large metropolitan area, most people, they said, which I must admit, growing up in the Bay Area, I can relate to this, most people simply view Sacramento as a place to stop for the bathroom on the way to go skiing in the mountains. So that was what people said they felt like the impression of Sacramento was that they wanted to work against. So we opened up the conversation about what's a theme, what are some stories that have a common theme that we could create an exhibit about. And the students decided that what was least understood about Sacramento was the value of the rivers in Sacramento. Unlike the San Francisco Bay Area cities, which really don't have many, I don't think, any rivers to speak of, Sacramento has 2 rivers that flow through it that have been really influential in its history and in its past and its present. And they said, we feel like people have no idea that we have these rivers here and that they mean so much to us, and that people make so many different kinds of meanings of these rivers. So what we did was we had each student go out, and each student researched a specific story about the rivers that was close to their heart or that they had some personal connection to. I provided a training session in how to conduct interviews, because conducting an interview is not a skill that necessarily comes naturally and that takes practice. And so each student conducted an interview with someone in the Sacramento community who could share personal stories and perspectives and also objects on this topic. So a few examples of the results of that exhibit. One student felt that it was very little understood that the rivers provided water for the famously fertile Sacramento agricultural region. So she interviewed farm workers and mostly migrant laborers from Latin America, and also farm worker activists who work for better working conditions for migrant laborers. And she obtained stories from these workers and from these activists, and also collected bandanas that the migrant laborers had decorated that each contained messages relating to the challenges that they faced in their lives. And this is one of the activists who was interviewed. Another student noted that it was very little known that the rivers in Sacramento present extreme flooding danger, and that thousands of people live under constant threat of a massive storm-related disaster that could very well be on the same level as Hurricane Katrina, which devastated the Gulf Coast of the American South. And that there's a constant fear among people who live in this floodplain. So the student interviewed this engineer who is studying ways of preventing river catastrophes, and also interviewed people who live in these threatened areas to understand their perspective and their fears, and to share those in the exhibit. Those are 2 rather serious examples. On a lighter note, one student wanted to tell about one form of river recreation that she felt was not known outside of Sacramento. And this is the fact that people in Sacramento apparently love to hunt for frogs on the river. Apparently it's something everybody in Sacramento does. Maybe not everybody, but a lot of people hunt for frogs in Sacramento. I certainly did not know that, not being a Sacramento person. So this student had these fascinating interviews from frog hunters. This is one of our frog hunters, and we even obtained for the Oakland Museum collection 2 of the poles. They're rather gruesome, but fascinating. 2 of the poles that were used for hunting frogs in the river. So this exhibit ultimately featured these real people's faces, the faces of the students who did the interviews, and the objects that they gathered. And so the opening of the exhibit was a really beautiful event, because it just brought together so many different people from the Sacramento community to the museum. And the students said they felt really empowered as producers of knowledge. And they had a real personal investment in the exhibit, and they were able to relate to the story, and visitors were really able to relate to the stories that had been presented. There were also really practical benefits to this method of humanizing an exhibit. And I know we've been talking a lot about looking at really practical ways, especially when we're thinking about issues of funding and resources. There's really practical methods or practical benefits to this method of putting together an exhibit. Our project staff was very small, so if we had tried to go out and do all this research ourselves, it would have taken a long, long time. We did not have any connections to people in Sacramento that we would have been able to use, so these students provided that in. And we also would have been guessing largely at what was important for people in the Sacramento area. And furthermore, practically speaking, the students were able to obtain invaluable experience that would guide them in their future careers as museum professionals or in historical preservation work, because their work was not simply for a class paper or for a little project that would just get graded by the professor and then probably never seen again. But this way, their projects had real public meaning, and so the students were actually accountable for doing high-quality work. Exhibit on many levels. A couple more exhibits, a couple more photos from the opening reception. And you can see that we named the exhibit "What's Happening Sacramento" with a question mark, because that was really the question we had put out to the community, was, you tell us what's going on. So, summarizing now towards the end, I've talked about 3 ways in which museum professionals can humanize exhibits: by emphasizing real human beings, by including images and stories of real people, by being transparent about the real humans who created exhibits, and by involving community members in the process of creating exhibits. And there are certainly other ways in which museum professionals can think about humanizing exhibits. For instance, considering ways in which we can encourage visitors to interact with each other, or ways in which docents or even costume performers interact with visitors. The examples also that I've given are mostly from history or anthropology museums, but they can just as easily apply to places like art museums, where community members can be enlisted to help curate exhibits, and natural science museums, where museum professionals may encourage visitors to see themselves as everyday citizen scientists through their exhibits and programs. So we ought to also think, in thinking in terms of humanizing exhibits, and this was mentioned in the last presentation, thinking about making our museums comfortable places, very human places, where visitors, instead of feeling like they're walking into this cold and intimidating building, that they're walking into a comfortable home. That's one museum professional, Kathy McLean, who's known for her museum work in the United States, says that when you walk into a museum, you should feel like you're walking into a friend's home. So we need to think about our visitors, visitors aren't going to want to stand a long time. Visitors get tired. We don't want visitors to be confused or worried or nervous. We want to be able to foresee those possible responses and to prevent them. So to wrap up, I want to return to why this all matters. Forefronting humans in exhibits promotes empathy, and it encourages people to think more critically about people who are different from themselves and more critically about their own lives. And we want people to think critically about where information comes from and the fact that it all comes through human beings with their own perspectives, their own biases, and their own fascinating stories. The world is complicated, and it's not as simple as traditional museums or history textbooks have led us to believe very often. In addition, we want our visitors to come to feel comfortable and not feel intimidated. So these new ways of thinking also complement new ways of teaching in American classrooms, ways of teaching in American classrooms that are starting to spread to places like Europe, and I'd be interested to hear how these sorts of ways of thinking have possibly spread to Bulgaria. For example, history classrooms in the US, where students are no longer viewing history or social studies as a place where you memorize names and dates, but where students actually do the work of historians to understand the psychology and the decision-making of real past people, and to question the motivations of people who created historical sources. Also, we find parallel examples in science classrooms where students are being taught to think about the reasoning processes of scientists and to use that reasoning themselves. Finally, note that I've called this presentation Human Exhibits for Human Visitors, but the more I worked on the presentation, the more I felt like I wish I had called it Human Exhibits for Human Visitors for Humankind. I want to encourage all of us to think about how our offerings are benefiting humankind, and for all of us to feel empowered to make a difference in a world that is in desperate need of help. We all need to be bold and to think about people who may not have traditionally been included in museums, and to think about real-world social problems that we can help solve. The passion that we've all shared in so many ways during this conference can go a long way if we continually bring ourselves back to the real humans of the world. Thank you so much for having me, and I invite you to contact me anytime, and I look forward to talking more. Thank you.
Благодаря на Адам. Моля, заповядайте до мен, всички лектори, и надявам се, че ще ви бъдат отправени въпроси. Каня всички колеги да изкажат мнения, да зададат въпроси. Вие сте на ход.
So you're welcome to ask questions, to express opinions, or share an observation. And I hope you'll be active. I can see a raised hand. Yes, please introduce yourself. Hi, I'm Elena Dragostinova from Boris Christoph Museum. Thank you very much to the organizers and to all participants in this conference. This is a very valuable and useful conference that gave us further perspective in our work. And I wish to thank for the most interesting presentations that we listened to. From everything I heard, all the people who deal with space design in the exhibition, she addressed them. I am specializing in music, and I would address all those of you who are interested in music. Please tell me how many of you like using professional musicians in order to give sound or noise, so let's call it music accompaniment of the layout of the exhibition, because music actually forms a sizable share in the shared experience, in the shared feeling. So good music can enhance the impact of the layout of the exhibition, whereas when we use new technologies, music is not exactly what we need, and it has an adverse effect on the exhibition. So my question to all presenters of today is, do you use the services of professional museums when you arrange exhibitions? And do you use not only professional musicians, but professional music accompanying people when you plan your exhibitions? Thank you. Yes, thank you. That's a very provocative question and asks for further questions. May I ask you, what about the copyrights if we use music, professional musicians? For my part, I must assure you that at least for part of the exhibitions that I know of, video and sound music elements have been used. And I assume that live music is a more rare event at our exhibitions, but that does not exclude it. this goes along hand in hand with artists, actors, and musician participation.
We've also used music in a variety of ways in exhibitions, usually to accent a particular theme in one zone. We have a lot of issues with sort of bleed of sound from one area of an exhibition to another. So we try to control where we use sound, and we're very deliberate about why we use it in that particular space. And you know, to the copyright question, thank you. We sometimes produce our own music to go along with exhibitions, or we work with musicians to develop specific pieces for exhibit.
At the Oakland Museum of California, we, not in my recollection, had live musicians, but we did make use of recorded music quite a bit. And I actually don't know how that worked copyright-wise, but somehow we were able to do it. We did it with a really successfully in an exhibit on the 60s and 70s in California, where we gathered a whole collection of music that came out of California in the 60s and 70s, and our target was people who had lived through that period, so the music really did you know, bring up emotion and memories for the people who visited the exhibit, like you said, so it was really great for that emotional factor. And we did also, for another exhibit, we at the museum actually, in a very low budget way, we recorded, museum staff, we had found some text and music for some old songs that related to a historic period that we were covering in an exhibit, and a group of us recorded ourselves singing these songs, and nobody knew that was us singing the songs, but those songs were there for visitors to hear on earphones, so that worked kind of well, I thought.
Заповядайте.
Yes, please. Good afternoon, I'm Svetlana Christova. I'm associate professor in cultural anthropology. Obviously, both the US and Europe go hand in hand in the same direction in the field of cultural heritage. This is the direction of anthropologizing of cultural and music heritage, because we all aim at including emotions and human view on the shared past, on the small human stories. We're also aware of the fact that when you speak of the participation, cultural participation, the very phenomenon of cultural participation has changed and is changing, because from the examples I heard this morning and this afternoon, told me about a stimulated participation. The museums provoke, the museums ask questions, the museums outreach towards the potential audiences. My question is, can we give other examples of participatory governance in English? In other words, participatory governance of the audiences in the shared cultural heritage. Does any of you have personal experience? Thank you for your question. Again, I shall ask all participants to give an answer. If you allow me, I'll be the first to answer. Let me quote an example with one of the objects of the World Heritage, the rock churches in the village of Ivanovo, which is south from the city of Russe, along the river Lom, in something that I would call jungle, because there are no settlements there. And and the local community is degrading. Many people in very advanced age, no claims to no cultural heritage, no attitude, and the real friends of this wonderful open-air museum live in Russe, in the city of Russe. They represent absolutely different communities, non-governmental organizations, museum communities, municipal communities. They create a completely different environment of recognition of this object. And I believe this is what you would call participatory government, because this is something that is beneficial for the entire community of the city. But regrettably, in Bulgaria, things happen not very often in the spirit in which you're talking. The museums very often, as well as the galleries, say the art galleries and other friends of the museums, they do participate in this, what you call government, but the future is ours.
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by governance, but we certainly use community participation in a lot of our exhibition experiences. We're working on one exhibit called Recovering Voices, which is about loss of languages that have only very few speakers left. And we bring those speakers into the museum, often an elder from a particular community and a younger person who's learning the language. We bring objects out from our collections that we've been holding over time, and they teach in the exhibit space about the use of those objects, what the meaning is to their communities, and we are able to have our visitors participate in the process of making some of those materials. Sometimes it's, weaving baskets or learning language. And we make sure that that's an integral part of the exhibition experience. I mentioned a couple of other examples during my talk, but I do think that giving visitors the chance to try their hand at the activity that's the theme of the exhibit is really an important part of building that connection.
I'm hoping that I understood the question correctly. I think what you were asking, and correct me if I'm wrong, was as opposed to museums being the ones doing the seeking out of doing the ones asking the questions and seeking participation, whether ways in which we open the door for people to come to us with exhibits and or with ideas or with input. And if that was what you were saying, I think one way that we facilitate that or that we make that possible is through having advisory councils, multiple advisory councils. The Oakland Museum was a great example of that. I want to get this started up at the Hearst Museum where I work now, but at the Oakland Museum, there were a number of advisory councils representing different demographics in the San Francisco Bay Area. So there was a Latino advisory council, an Asian American advisory council, an African American advisory council, GLBT, gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender advisory council, where there were members of the community who acted as our ambassadors, and we convened periodically with those groups and we discussed ideas very loosely, and they discussed amongst themselves, and they went out into their communities and discussed with their community members outside of the museum, things that needed to be, that they thought could or needed to be addressed in the museum, and we took a lot of guidance from those groups. We had at least one exhibit that I can cite, which was on California Indians, where it was entirely guided by our Native American Advisory Council.
I would just say that I've seen examples of that going too far. So, where the the curation and content of the exhibit is determined entirely by the particular community that's being represented. And there is then this sort of opaqueness to the general visitor. So somehow there needs to be a meeting in the middle of the external consultant, external curation, and the internal curation. And still, not that the voice of the museum necessarily has to come through, but the voice of speaking on behalf of the general audience. I still think that needs to kind of find its fit in the process.
I hope you have been satisfied with the answers. Do you want to hear further clarifications? Obviously not. Another question? Yes, please. Stavrenikov.
Carablon. It's about interactive installations and exhibits. You mentioned them being underused in many museums. How do you make them more noticed and useful and used?
It's a good question. So I think the interactives, we often make choices to have interactivity for the sake of having interactivity. It's there because it's something to do. It's a thing to turn, a switch to affect. And unless it's really core to the understanding of the concepts you're trying to get across, and it has the sort of interesting excitement factor, I haven't seen them be very successful. So I think it's just a matter of being, and because those are the elements that you're going to have to maintain the longest, the ones that will break the first, the ones that will cost the most, you just, I think trying to be very deliberate about where you use it and why you use it and what it's trying to accomplish. Because otherwise, we've all seen the kids that just like slam things back and forth, and that takes away from the whole exhibit experience. So I think it's really about being intentional and directly tying the activity, the interactivity, to the message that you're trying to get across.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I shall appreciate further opinions, further comments, further questions, of course. Yes, please. I would like to use the chance of us gathering together. If you have any suggestions, any proposals as to what next steps to take as a bilateral commission for preservation of Bulgarian cultural heritage, what, according to you, would be useful? A further series of seminar, workshops, conferences, lectures? We welcome all proposals, suggestions. We appreciate your opinion. If you wish to share it with us, we shall be very grateful. We shall appreciate it. Yes, we shall be really appreciative of your suggestions, because right now we are beginning our international activity by this bilateral conference. It is a highly prestigious forum, and it is our intention to go on with such activity. After all, we are Bulgarian U.S. Commission for Preservation of Cultural Heritage, and under this hat we could do quite a lot, and therefore your ideas will be highly appreciated, and your suggestions will be considered very carefully, analyzed, and eventually carried out. Yes, please. The gentleman was the first. Sorry about that. Good afternoon. I'm Tsvetimir Tsenkov. I'm an architect by profession. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation, both Bulgarian and American. If you want my idea, I think it would be a good idea to organize a conference on the built environment, and also the museum buildings, because most of the buildings in which we have museum, with the exception of Muzeini, Seku are very valuable. They belong to a different part as atmosphere. They belong to a different part of Bulgarian architectural development. And sometimes, not sometimes, always, they create spaces within valuable built buildings which are priceless. The exhibition cannot exist separate from the space. That is something we all know. Maybe people who are experts in organizing spaces would be asked to contribute to such a conference. I think it would be a good idea to try to attract more artists, more architects, more builders, more urban scientists. That would give a combined evaluation of the museum and galleries, buildings in these countries. They would determine their right space in urban environment. Donika Georgieva yesterday tried to direct our thoughts and conversations in this direction. She specifically mentioned that a museum per se cannot exist. It exists in cohabitation with the other urban spaces. If you look up to the chandeliers, they are the old chandeliers of the music concert hall Bulgaria in Sofia. This place, this hall, used to have another type of chandeliers. In other words, every single object can provide a story, and using and analyzing these stories can be very, very useful for all of us. And I believe that in collaboration with the museum experts, this could be explored as a venue, and together with architects and urban scientists and analyzers, we can serve the people even better. Thank you. Well, thank you. Will you allow me to add something before Tanya Mareva, if I may? Yesterday and today, we heard about quite a big number of museum projects where the space is being developed, and we know that the predominant part of Bulgarian museums actually use the houses from the time of Bulgarian revival, the end of the 19th century, that are low built, they are old. How many projects for really imposing exhibitions do you know? I personally don't know of any. Yeah, you're right. You're right. We could have a dialogue on this particular subject as well. Associate Professor Dr. Dimitrova, but she must come to the microphone in order to be heard. I represent the Museum Guild, but I cannot stand all lectures and notations that are being read to us. Museums are open to everyone. Never have we closed our doors under your very nose. If you have ideas, if architects, designers, artists want to come and cooperate with us, and all kinds of experts, you're most welcome. Why do we need to wait for forums like this in order to be told that you want to cooperate with us? Do come and tell us in our daily work. We actively work with the architects from Mestre, and I see that many of them are now present. We need you, we need your services. But do you actually know that we have museums in new buildings? Obviously you don't. And you really insult us. The Museum of Stara Zagora, for example, is in absolutely new building, taking into account our contemporary requirements. So let me invite you to be more tolerant, dear colleagues. We are museum experts that are present here. and we want to impress upon you the fact that we are fed up with your negative evaluations, or at least these 2 days I only heard negative things about ourselves, whereas we make an extra effort to be going ahead with times. I wish to be understood correctly. We work in extremely difficult conditions. We are trying, we are doing our best to adopt foreign good practices according to our financial abilities. Thank you. Well, thank you for your intervention, and I agree with you. Museums are open day and night. Everybody who wants to cooperate is welcome. We are prepared to exchange experience with all of you. Mrs. Tanya Mareva, I do apologize for keeping you waiting. You have the floor. Hi, I'm very grateful that I'm part of this society, and for these 2 days I've been listening to very useful and very valuable contributions. The presentations were made by highly qualified experts, and the Bulgarian experts really can make use and are making use of what you told us, both in English and in Bulgarian. We're trying to reach European and world standards. I remember a suggestion in these 2 days to think of the next few steps. The next few steps will be based on the ability to read your presentation, either in separate publication or just individually distributed, because they would be a very useful reading, not only for those present here, but for all those people who are interested in museum and museum development. And the Ministry of Culture could be instrumental in this. This is my first observation. Now, a question. You asked us what should the next step be. I immediately thought that a workshop on a globally agreed upon subject would be beneficial to all experts. I believe that we should try to work on the subject of humane exhibition for humane visitors for humankind. Sorry to be borrowing your title verbatim, but this is a very good idea that you are giving us. We all subscribe to humanity, and if we start on the internet discussing this subject, we can go on into translating it into reality. Dr. Nikolai Nenov and I worked very successfully on one other large subject, home in Bulgaria, or Bulgarian home. This resulted in setting up a group of friends of the museums in Bulgaria, and Associate Professor Yankov and Dimitrova, and of course with Professor Nikolai Nenov, we started this group. And let me tell you that the subject of the home in Bulgaria gave us an idea to launch a workshop for curators, designers, directors, and why not the local community. This is an idea which I hope you like. Yes, shall I give the floor to Mrs. Rodel? Yes, we also think that that would be a good idea to publish the presentations that we heard today, and God willing, we shall have this publication not only containing the presentation of yesterday and today, but together with Todor Petev from My Museum Foundation. This will include US Museum standards, and that would make a very good guidebook for Bulgarian museum experts on standards that could be used by our museums in Bulgaria. Very well, thank you very much. Yes?
Would like to offer to your attention two topics for future work. The participatory governance in the cultural heritage. In the European Union, There are documents published, there are guidelines issued. This is a term that is continuously developing, many adhering good practices. With that regard, we have listened to many such examples, good examples during these 2 days. Different forms of governance, participatory governance are known with regard to maintaining the funds of the museums, inclusive of examples envisioning
български език и да бъдете по-конкретна, ако обичате, тъй като чакате други за изказвания. Моля ви.
There are examples when objects of cultural heritage are provided for adoption by citizens or with the participation, with the involvement of the citizens. They finance, they maintain these objects, these sites in a very transparent manner. And this, is worth discussing because this is a good manner to disseminate good practices. Second thing that I would like to mention to you about relates to the humanization of the public spaces of the city. This is a big topic. I'm just providing proposals for ideas for this workshop that we are discussing right now, that might be organized. My name is Petko Durman. I'm an artist. I would like to bring you back to the earth level, to ground you. I have been participating in the creation of the concept of Quadrat 500, and I would like to say that things are so catastrophic. We do not have, in this modern museum, we do not have such a space. It does not have its own website. We created a concept which is still not implemented. And as we have been commenting with Mr. Nenov, in Bulgaria we do not have museums with mission, which is very important. We may initiate a workshop trying to formulate all these things. I have this experience that I have gained working for the creation of the concept of this latest and most modern museum. So, if I would ask you this question, how many of the museums have missions, formulated missions? The Cultural Heritage Act contains a provision and there is a generalized mission for all the Bulgarian museums that is quoted there or stated there. My name is Камелия Митева. I'm working for the Bio Games. They are partners of the Museum of Natural History. I want to, bring you to the ground level, in the same manner as my colleague. I would like to offer you to organize a training not on the topic how we can invite different audiences and take advantage of their ideas, but maybe a training how people could deal with and cope with the difficulties while being in the museums. And these difficulties are not small, starting with the funding and then how to conduct the negotiations. So training for the manner in which you can convince somebody in your ideas, in your in the meaning that you have embedded in your exhibitions. maybe we have to involve the Ministry of Finance, people from the Parliament, and to talk to them about funding provided to the museums, because I have shared with you different ideas which are heading in this direction. As has been mentioned, we are facing enormous difficulties with that regard on a monthly basis. Because we always need to keep showing that there are museums in Bulgaria. They are important. We have to do our best to preserve our heritage. I would like to say here that during the first reading of the budget for 2017, there are no new amounts envisioned to cover the costs related to this type of events. This I can tell you quite responsibly, because I have talked to people from the Parliament. So we really need to organize a training to convince the relevant institutions on which we rely for the provision of funding. I'm not having in mind here only the museums. I'm also having in mind the cultural community centers. I'm having in mind libraries, etc. All these places where the cultural heritage is supposed to be preserved. And if there are some, gaps in our work, in our operation, maybe during such type of training, we will have the necessary feedback on which to reflect. Magdalena Жечева, Director of Regional Museum in Tърговище. I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers who have provided us with the opportunity to listen to interesting preservations and also things that made me sort of become surprised, because I don't think that the museums are in crisis. I do not think that they're in crisis. The work with the audience, in my modest opinion as a museum expert, is a stage of the overall process. But in order to reach that stage, a museum should have done many other things before entering in this stage, to organize exhibitions, to look at target audiences, to educate the audience. I would ask myself this question. I was quite interested in these topics, how an exhibition is prepared, what kind of stages we have to go through. But I would have been curious, what is the system to preserve the assets of the museums in the United States, because part of the things that the presenter spoke about refer to big museums, while I'm talking about a museum operating in a city with 150,000 people, and they have 2 staff members, and they do not use the services of other specialists, but still they operate, they do a good job. So it will be interesting for me how in the United States the smaller museums are operating, how they take care of the exhibits or the objects in their maintenance, in their warehouses. And I would be expecting something more practical with that regard, because I think that in Bulgaria the museums have done a lot with regard to approaching the public and to widening the outreach. The museum experts can tell you about good practices, many good practices in this field. I can give you many examples related to working with children on the part of the Bulgarian museums at regional, local, national level. During the last 10-year period, there have been many programs that are being implemented. Let's hope that the Ministry of Education will come to the conclusion that they should try to ensure the presence of the Bulgarian pupils on a more frequent basis into the museums, into the Bulgarian museums. Because this is a complex project, if they are not accompanied, there should be a declaration that the parents give their consent for the inclusion of the child into the group visiting the museum and so on. So the Ministry of Education and the Educational Parliamentary Commission has been discussing this issue. In May this year we raised them. As of now, no progress has been made, but we are open towards the support on the part of the Bulgarian educational system, and we insist on the developing and implementation of a state policy in this field and appropriate overcoming of the problem related to the declaration that should be mandatorily provided by the parents of the respective child that should be included and could be included in the group paying a visit to one or another Bulgarian museum. We have 3 days. We have days during which children could be brought to the museum at a lower price, but the state policy should be created with that regard. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that the interest is huge. There are many people that would like to take the floor and to speak their ideas out, but we have limited time. That's why I would have wanted to extend my gratitude to our guests that delivered their presentations, and before we will make an official formal closure, I would like once again to say thank you to all of you. In my capacity as a chairman of the Association of the Bulgarian Museums, and due to the fact that the conference was focused mainly on the Bulgarian museums and art galleries, I would like to express my satisfaction that our association has been one of the organizers of this prestigious forum with similar events and pooling our efforts, our galleries and our museums become more and more recognizable in the so-called public space. I would like to extend my gratitude to the Bulgarian American Commission for the protection of the cultural heritage who helped us organize this forum. I would like to extend my gratitude to all the partners, to the mass media, to all participants from Bulgaria and the United States that presented their visions related to the present and the future of the museums, to all of you that have come to participate, be healthy, and be sure that the association will continue to defend the interests of the Bulgarian museums and will continue to insist on having adequate response on the part of the Bulgarian state institutions. Thank you. I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Tami Palchkov, Counselor on the Cultural Issues at the Embassy of the US in Bulgaria to formally close the international conference.
Before Tami closes the conference, I wish to thank of all colleagues on the Commission, and especially Boris and Katya and Ivan, for their specific help. Boris Хаджийски, Sveta Dimitrova, Katya Jumalieva. Thank you very much for being so active. We established a connection. We sent out invitations, which was very important. I also wish to thank the National Archaeological Museum. who hosted our cocktail reception last night and gave us the venue for this wonderful. I wish to thank the interpreters who were absolutely good and excellent, and it wasn't an easy task that they were doing. I specifically wish to thank Rada Kuneva from the Fulbright Commission, who is the chief organizer of the event, and the U.S. Embassy in Sofia.
Thank you. I have the distinct honor of being the last person you hear today before we conclude this conference. But for me, this is a very exciting day because it is the realization of a dream, of an idea which occurred 2 years ago. And my colleague and I were sitting and discussing about how important the cultural preservation, the rich cultural heritage that exists in Bulgaria, and how we at the American Embassy could continue our work beyond the U.S. Ambassador's Fund for Cultural Preservation. And one ideal that came to us is how we might be able to work closer together as our two countries and to share the knowledge and experts that we both have. And out of that came the Binational Commission on Cultural Preservation. And from the beginning, we had this idea of having an international conference where we would have leading museums, representatives from the U.S., to come and share their experience, as well as hearing from the Bulgarian museums. And so I'm very excited that this happened and that we had so much interest, and very happy to hear your suggestions for the next steps. That's what's important to us. We want to know how we go from here. And reflecting back on the conference and thinking back even to Natalie's first presentation about everything we do, what do we take away from this, and what questions do we have? So I have learned that, of course, we all have the same problems all across the world. We're all facing these challenges in the 21st century of how we can continue to bring the public into the museums, how we can engage them. But out of those challenges, there's also many opportunities. There's technology that's now available that you can use in so many innovative ways. You can use the technology to also share what you have in Bulgaria, to make it accessible on the internet, to encourage Americans to come and visit Bulgaria and see it for themselves. And what I've taken away from this is that everything we're doing in the museums needs to be relevant, it needs to be personal, it needs to be humanized. It's a way for us to learn from the past, but also to take away the question of what do all these things mean for us? What does this art, what does this history, what do these people living in the past have to teach for us today? The other important thing that I've heard over the past 2 days is the importance of partnerships. Of course, we believe in this partnership on the larger level between the two governments, between museums, but also additionally these partnerships that you form within the community, with your schools, with the government, with the different organizations that are in your community. So as we go away from this conference, I hope that we're all comfortable with walking away with questions and being okay that we don't have all the answers yet. But I want to encourage all of you to reach out. As Angela has said, please reach out to the Binational Commission. That's why we're here. If there's any ideas that you have, ways that we can move forward, we always want to work together. And at the end, I just want to add to all of the thanks that have already been said today, that we really are, I'm so grateful, first of all, for the Binational Commission members who volunteer their time, who volunteer their expertise, who were very instrumental in this coming together. And I want to thank the Fulbright Commission for their logistics. I don't think we could have had this conference had it not been for Angela's staff and all the work that you put in it. I want to thank all the lecturers who came from all across Bulgaria and all across the world to be part of this, and also to thank you for being here as well. You are what has contributed to making this such a successful conference. I just wish you the best, and I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.